We are playing some Thalia Stompy with Stoneforge Mystic right now. Continuing the league from last night. I was pretty tired last night and played pretty poorly to not do very well in the league. So we're just going to close this one out and then probably try something different. I don't think Stoneforge really makes sense in this list, honestly. It's like kind of cool when we get stuck on a low amount of lands and still get to play a 4/4 with like 2 lands in play if we're like ghost quartering our opponent really aggressively. But if we're ghost quartering our opponent aggressively, then that means we have an Arbiter in play, right? So that means Stoneforge maybe isn't that great. But a buddy on Twitter played this deck and 5-0'd with it. But I think it was mostly based on the deck being good in general with its normal amount of cards and not so much the Stoneforge Mystic package. Oops. So yeah, we had a turn 1 Chalice here, and our opponent is just gonna go get a Batterskull, and we have nothing else going on because we've drawn lands this game. So I don't expect to win this. We need to hit some like Reality Smashers, and our opponent needs to have basically all 1-drops in their hand. And we're instead just gonna hit all our Spirit Guides, which do basically nothing here. Alright, that's a card. That is a card. What's up, big monkey? Do I think SFM's busted? No, I definitely don't. She's good. Four Arbiter, 4 Mystic. Yeah, I don't know if that's where you want to be, but I don't know. It's possible. It's possible. Been trying to figure it out. Legacy gets away with Arbiter and Stoneforge? I've never seen Arbiter in Legacy. Let's take a look at what they're doing. We're gonna have to take some hits from this germ, which sucks, but hopefully they have a handful of 1-drops. Oh no. We're gonna have to chump block with thought knots here. Oh, this feels really bad. Alright, well, I didn't want to chump block with thought knots here there. Just drawing them free cards and we couldn't even take anything from them. Seemed really bad. To Arbiter, I don't know. I think Arbiter is actually really good in the format right now. I'm on 3-3. This was just a list I saw on Twitter, and pretty similar to my GP list. So we're trying this out, but I honestly don't think Stoneforge is very good in this list. I think there are lists where Stoneforge is sweet, but it's not this one. One more card, I guess one Stony, I don't know. Doesn't feel like we want the Stoneforge package here. Chalice also probably isn't that good, I don't know, but we're gonna keep this hand. Aaron, thank you. I don't know about either of those things, but I really appreciate you saying them. How's your Tuesday going? Inquisition. Alright, have a good day.
You too.
Thanks. Can't find your resto angels, where are they? That's a good question. That's true. Aaron G ain't too bad on the eyes either. And he's making a mini version of himself. Watch out, world. I think we're gonna lead with the Arbiter. Nah, we're gonna leave with Chalice. Maybe we'll draw Ghost Quarter next turn. Maybe they have a bunch of Fatal Pushes and Paths in their hand. But they took the Thalia, so they're probably just gonna Stoneforge Mystic next turn, and oh, all right, a little Force of Negation. Pitching a Snapcaster Mage. I'm down. That's a good trade for us. All right, 25 lands in our deck, but none in our hand. He's made already? No way. Yeah, I'm just finishing up the league from last night. That was fun. So, yeah, we're done with this. Let's close that. So it looks like my list was like pretty much the same as the one that somebody posted as a 5-0 for SQUAWKS. SQUAWKS and Stoneforge Mystics and stuff. I think we can just throw Walking Ballista in the main deck over the second Inspector. Seems like it makes sense. Forge Tender, Revoker. Stony is when we board out the Batter Skulls and the Sophies and the Stoneforges. Just what? We don't need 4 Rest in Pieces. Maybe 2 Revokers. 3 Deck and Stone. Seems about right. So the person that I saw running it had 4 Mutavault and 2 Field of Ruin and then just a bunch of snow-covered lands. I don't know if that's where I want to be. I think I like the idea of being able to compete with Tron with Tech Edges and Field of Ruins. It's possible we should have some wet balls in the sideboard though. Yeah, they counter Chalice Inquisition Thalia, and then we just didn't draw our 3rd land for till ever. So that'll happen, but let's see. Yeah, we probably need some wet balls, huh? It's possible we could like trim a land. We could play Mutavaults. I guess that pressures Tron. Let's try 4 Field of Ruins and Mutavault. I don't know. Apparently it was good. Oops. Can't play 5. Unfortunately. Also only have 4. 21 lands, I don't really like. But we do get to play another Ranger Captain if we try 21. What? Huh. No, that doesn't work. I think we need 22. Wins could be good, but we're never going to get to 6 with this deck. So I think we're just going to go on thin ice. And then, yeah, I mean, I guess the Mystics are coming out against Tron. So that's 6 cards, 7 cards. We bring in 2 Revokers, 2 Stonies, and 2 Wet Balls, maybe? In order to fit another Wet Ball, I'll probably have to cut Gideon. I don't know if we need Gideon with Squad Hawk and Force of Virtue against like the control decks. And Ranger Captain seems good. So we might not need Gideon. And also 22 lands. I don't know. Gideon's fine with 22, but... Swoop. Swoop. I think I like that. Let's try this out. Oops. Wouldn't 2 Canyon be better? Wait. Yeah, there was red in the last list. Stompy plays red. That's why we run 4 Sunbaked Canyons in that version. Because in the sideboard we have 2 Hazarets and Wear Tears. So we play like 4 Sunbakes, 2 Battlefield Forge, and 4 Simian Spirit Guides for like 10 red sources, plus 2 Caverns that'll cast Hazaret if you name God with Cavern, which is like the most fun name with Cavern by a lot. I named God on Cavern I think like 4 or 5 times over the weekend at the GP, and it felt good. It felt really good. Opponent's face was always priceless. Like, what? It's like, God. They're like, okay. Yeah, it was nice. So yeah, running one of each makes sense here because Pithing Needle, Sorceress Spyglass could name one of our Canopy lands, and yeah, we have no use for red or green or black in this deck. But yeah, we're gonna export this so the deck will be up there. Our current record is not that. Yeah, 28th place, 12-3, 1 win away from the Pro Tour. Super happy about it. Spider Space and I worked on the list a lot. We ended up on 74 of the 75 each of us played. I had a bye and he didn't, and my bye definitely helped. I was put into the bracket with a lot of the decks that I've played tons against and knew my matchups really well. Also drew some good cards at good times, obviously. And my last 2 rounds happened to be Neo Brand, which has to be like as close to a bye as you can get with Thalia Stompy. So that was pretty nice. And yeah, got 12-3, 28th place. First time I've cashed a GP ever. Felt really, really good. Felt like all the hard work on Moto and streaming with y'all actually paid off, so that was really cool. I'm just gonna upload this to the thing so we can get started, and y'all can see the list at any time with Cardboard Live. SQUAWKS. Oops. Cool. So it should be uploaded. What's up with Theris, Julio, Chameleon, Joao? Let's brew E-Taxes. I think we're gonna start with SQUAWKS. Let's start with SQUAWKS. We'll do some E-Taxes next though. I played E-Taxes, Eldrazi Taxes with Black White with Stoneforge last night, and it was okay. I went 3-2, but there's some more changes definitely could have been made. I did really like Stoneforge plus Tide Hollow and Thought-Knot Seer. It definitely felt good. Being able to see what your opponent was up to and know if you could equip a sword or if you should go get Batterskull and all that. It definitely helped seeing your opponent's hand. No, I day 2'd that one, but I missed prizes. I think I was like 10-5. Yeah, that was amazing. I remember that. You crushed it. You were like really sick, and you just like smashed everybody with some Primeval Titans. I remember you got up and you were like, I don't feel good, but I'm just gonna go play. And then you just didn't lose. That was awesome. Yeah, that trip was really, really good. That was, I want to say like Baltimore. You think Sword of Light and Shadow is the best sword for Modern? Interesting. As far as wins versus Deck and Stone, it depends, right? Like we're if you're playing against tokens, Winds can be good, but Deck and Stone's always really good. If you're playing against a deck that's going to let you go long, Winds gets better and better. But Deck and Stone obviously is insane sometimes when your opponent plays 2 Tarmogoyfs or 2 Death Shadows, and you're just like boop boop for one spell. Feels really, really good. I like Winds in Stompy because in Stompy we can get to 6. Like we play Simian Spirit Guide, we play 25 lands. So Winds is really good in that deck. But if your deck is only playing like 22 lands, no Simian Spirit Guides, I think Deck is better a lot of the time. So it's close. It depends on the build of your deck, I think. But I think each one has some good applications. We're going to keep this. We're playing against the Hissing Quagmire. I wonder if they're playing Black-Green X. No. Yeah, we gotta all go to a GP again sometime, Aaron. That'd be awesome. Maybe I'll fly out to an East Coast GP someday. Alright, we got Squawkcestral Recall in hand now, so I think I'm feeling good here. GP Portland, I'm definitely going to GP Portland. I usually make it to all the West Coast ones. Well, not the ones further north from Portland, I guess, but it already takes like 14 hours to drive to Portland. I drove to the last one, but I'll probably fly to this one. People just rift bolting. People want to rift bolt. That was unfortunate to draw another Mutavault. I guess we could bash with Mutavault. I guess we're getting in there. Dude. That's a good idea, Wakovo. Oh yeah, if Brett's not there, it doesn't count. Opponent's stuck on 1 land. I think Thalia's going to be good. I just have this feeling that when we violent Thalia next turn, our opponent might be in a lot of trouble. It's just this feeling I got. Don't kill my giver. Don't kill my giver. Ooh. Yeah, Aaron, that would be amazing. I'm super down. Just gonna go for it right now. And they let it happen. Oh, can't cast spells. Sorry. I know you wanted to at some point, but sorry. Sorry about that. Should we just Ancestral Recall on him? I just want to Ancestral Recall, really. It's probably better to get in with Mutavault, but I just want to cast Ancestral Recall real quick. Sponsored by Cloud City. Yeah, if any of y'all don't know Aaron G's stream, definitely check him out. Oh, Ancestral Recall forces the scoop. I kind of figured it might. Opponent was like, "You're about to draw 3 cards? I can't beat that. Can't beat that." Alright, so Forge Tender is very good in tandem with Ranger Captain. We can go search up our Protection from Your Deck card, which is kind of fun. On Thin Ice, I think, is going to come in. Walkie B might be a little slow in this matchup. Probably don't need that. Sophie does give us protection from their deck to some extent, but and also could kill some of their creatures. But I think Batterskull's the only one we really want. 5 mana to play an equipped Sophie sounds like a bit of a stretch. And yeah, I think we can trim a couple Stoneforges. They're unlikely to like actually get Batterskull and be able to put it into play. And they don't block well, so I don't think they're great here. Just there's so much removal in this deck that your Stoneforge is going to get popped. Although I guess we could trim a Force maybe and go 3 Stoneforge. Because if we do go get Batterskull and just cast it for 5, it's still really, really good. Yeah, I like that. Maybe you do, horny vegan. Well, we found one anyway, and we found best 1-drop, plus a way to go get Giver of Runes. This is sweet. I've really wanted to play Ranger Captain of Eos, but playing it in the same deck as Leonin Arbiter always just felt weird, so I didn't really do it. But Ranger Captain, I think, is a pretty powerful card that I'm really happy to have access to here. Go get him, Forge Tender. Go get him. Oops. Yeah, you might be right. We might just want the Batterskull in our hand really, really bad every game. So maybe we just want four SFMs. Could see that being the case. You gonna bring? You gonna bring it? Alright. I guess they could have the Skullcrack here. So, do we play around Skullcrack and just take 1? Skullcrack's gonna be good at some point anyway, right? I guess we let them Skullcrack if they have it. Oh, no Skullcrack. Alright. Let's go get a Batterskull. Oh, and now we can protect the Stoneforge, so we can just violin a Batterskull next turn. Ooh. Ooh. Actually, I forgot about Giver of Runes and Burnt and Forge Tender, making it pretty easy to untap with a Stoneforge Mystic. Boros Charm, you got it. I think we're going to untap with a Stoneforge Mystic. Oh yeah, we're gonna be on that Stoneforge grind for a minute. How's it going, Soy Boy? Yeah, we're gonna just be trying things out. So yeah, let's keep her alive. So they have another bolt, that's cool. We have a 3/3 to play next turn anyway. And they're spending a bunch of bolts on our Stoneforge Mystic. Ooh. That's a bummer. That was a good bait. That was a good bait. Well played, well played. Oh. That card's pretty awful here. Although, actually it's not that bad, because we can go get Giver. And we can, I wish we had another Forge Tender, honestly. Maybe we should be playing 2 in the board. Get a Giver, we could pitch it to Force of Virtue if they try to bolt our Ranger Captain, and I think it's worth it. It was kind of free anyway, right? We just got it for playing a 3/3. Although we could just hard cast Force of Virtue next turn. What's felt the best so far? They've all felt kind of medium so far. Black-White probably felt the best because Tide Hollow and Thought Knots here let you like have a decent amount of game against against opponents that had removal, which it's modern, so everybody has removal. What's up, Dracoin? Welcome to the stream, team. Ooh, that's a lot of damage. So we're gonna have to cast Force of Virtue, eat their dude, but we're going to 2 here. So we're likely dead next turn, either way. I think we're supposed to Field of Ruin one of the Sunbakes, maybe? No, then we could just die right now. I guess we just get in there with Mutavault. And that puts them on a 2-turn. That's like they're dead next turn, right? Yeah. Force of Virtue makes all our dudes big. We got some big dudes. So they have 1 turn to bolt us or whatever. And otherwise we get them. If we die right now, we're dead on their turn anyway. That's true. What's up, Fanny Pack? Yeah, absolutely. I 100% agree. Stoneforge is a very powerful card. It does a really powerful thing. It made white like actually a real color in Modern right now, I think. Not that I didn't think it was real before. But it became like an actual real color now, which is a big deal. And if you can find a shell that also fights against the unfair stuff and can protect her from removal or just people playing a lot of ways to alright, so they need a land plus a 1-drop. Goblin Guide, that doesn't do it. That doesn't do it. Yeah. That was sweet. Yeah, you know what? I do really like Mutavault. Not gonna lie. Mutavault's a pretty powerful card. Oh no, we have to play against the Spaceman? I don't know if this hand's good against the Spaceman. But our snow-covered plains just look so good that I'm gonna keep. Just gonna keep. Alright, so they're on some sort of blue-black controlling deck. What's up, Cat Mix? What's up, Captain Oatcake? Yeah, she may have made our deck worse, but there's got to be a way to make her still pretty good. So, Shock Pass, huh? I feel like there's a mana leak in our future here. I feel like we're getting leaked. Get out there, Mutavault. Ooh. Haven't tried blue-white yet. That's going to be today for sure. Blue-white and Eldrazi taxes. Yeah, me and Fanny Pack, I saw your list with the IOKs and stuff. I think that does make a lot of sense. Yeah, I think Caleb actually 5-0'd with a black-white list with Bob and Tide Hollow and IOK and Thoughtseize and Stoneforge. It looked pretty good. I think that's a good place to start for like a black-white Stoneblade type of deck. I'm going to be doing mostly Death and Taxes variants to start, but at some point I'll probably try out some IOKs and stuff. Oh yeah, Nasi played it too, yeah. Oh! It's fairies! That's sick. I don't even mind. I love Spell Stutter Sprite. Card's just great. I want to play Spell Stutter Sprite. That's something we're going to try in the blue-white build, I'm sure. Bitter Blossom. Huh. Huh. What's up, Shmee? Welcome to the stream team. I almost said Shmeem team. Yeah, like a dead guy list for sure. So we're just gonna blink the Mutavault, I guess. It's the Mutavault mirror here. Crazy. Crazy. I kind of want to get Force of Virtue into play this turn rather than cracking Clearing, but not sure if we want to get rid of the path yet or not. I guess we could Force of Virtue on our turn if we don't crack Clearing. And just get them after they block, right? They could like make some blocks and then we Force a Virtue and then they counter it and we are sad. We are very sad. I'm gonna try it though. They have 1, 2, 3, up to 4 fairies here. So they could definitely counter Force of Virtue with another Spell Stutter Sprite. But we're just gonna open ourselves up for the blowout here. I think we're far enough behind that like we want to make this play. I guess we could pitch Path and just do it like that. Path isn't very good here. And then we also get to play Giver and potentially crack Silent Clearing. Oh, it's not our turn, or it's our turn, so we can't force. All right, so we're just gonna cast Force. Forgot about Force of Virtue only working on your opponent's turn for free. Yeah. It's not as good as the old pitch cards. Don't counter it. Don't do it. A force for a force. A force for a force. It's only fitting. What's up, Mr. Tofu 5000? I feel pretty dead here now, but I guess we'll play a couple more turns. See what our opponent wants to do. Alright. I don't mind the Thoughtseize. Let's go ahead and find a new card here. Woo! SQUAWKS Recall is coming in hot. Alright. I like attacks here. Thalia is doing work. Our opponent's stuck on 3 lands. So potentially Thalia has just been crushing this whole game. The fact that she has First Strike always really good against tokens. And let's just draw 3 cards. I don't know. Just let's just, I don't know, search up 3 more 1/1 flyers. Seems alright. Maybe maybe cast another one. All we need is another Force of Virtue, and we're doing great here. Stoneforge top deck would be really good as well, especially now that we got the SQUAWKS going on. That's not a Stoneforge. Field of Ruin. DZ is lazy. Welcome to the stream, team. What's this? Misbind click? Sure is. 4/4. I mean, we do have the path. They know about the path. So this will trigger if they champion a fairy, which they did. So I think first we want to Field of Ruin their... Which one? Tar Pit or Mutavault? I guess Tar Pit just costs so much to activate that I don't really care about it, so it's probably Mutavault, huh? And then we'll path the Misbind click. What's up, Taylor Pratt? Welcome to the stream, team. Path plus Hawk. We can't Path plus Hawk because they're tapping our lands right there. Misbind click. I know it isn't like a common modern card, but what it was doing there was it championed a Bitter Blossom token. Any fairy works though, and it taps all your opponent's lands when it comes into play if you champion a fairy. So we weren't going to be able to float the mana into our next main phase to cast another Squad Hawk, unfortunately. But we did get to use our Field of Ruin, which was kind of useful. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, this is a mono white deck. Oh, you saw a mono white one on stream this morning? Cool. How's it going today, Ondine? Yeah, I'm definitely a big fan of mono white creature decks. That's kind of my thing. Ooh. Ooh. So I think we're just gonna blink this fairy rogue. We might get misbinded again. That would kind of suck. Oh yeah, here comes a misbind click, huh? No, a Vendilion click. Alright. That's fine. They can definitely put one of our Squad Hawks on the bottom of our deck if they want. Oh, they're going to target themselves probably, yeah. That makes more sense. Yeah, Jace isn't very good on this board, huh? And we're just going to bash. I really like where Squadron Hawk stands against V-Click. Seems decent. Get in there for 4. They're taking 1 off the Bitter Blossom next turn. There's an argument to be made for just like casting another Squad Hawk there and not attacking with Mutavault. I played Thalia Stompy. It's a white creature deck, but it also has like kind of a nut draw with Simian Spirit Guide and Chalice of the Void, Leonin Arbiter, and Thalia, Guardian of Thraben. You're also playing 3 Gemstone Caverns in that deck. It's Caverns, not mine. Gemstone Caverns is the one where if you're on the draw and it's in your opener, you can perform a pre-game action of putting it into play with a luck counter on it if you exile any card from your hand. So you have 7 ways in the deck to start with 2 mana on turn 1 to either cast a Chalice, an Arbiter, or a Thalia. And a lot of opponents really don't want you to cast a Chalice or an Arbiter or a Thalia on turn 1. So it worked out really well for that event. Yeah, I think the team's coming in here. And they're just gonna scoop to the Alpha Strike. Alright. So I feel like Mirran Crusader is pretty strong here. Revoker is okay against Jace. On thin ice, probably not where we want to be. Yeah, I feel like Revoker is pretty interesting. And otherwise, our main deck is actually pretty good against them. Yeah, maybe not even Revoker, because, yeah, they could have Jace, they could have Lily. I guess Lily's pretty annoying too. So maybe those 4 cards, and I guess Flicker Wisp is actually pretty bad in this matchup because Spellstutter Sprite and Bitter Blossom tokens just trade, which feels bad. So I think that's a pretty easy swap, and everything else looks pretty good. Let's give that a try. Do I have the list somewhere? I have it on Twitter. If you go to my Twitter, it's KPontsMTG on Twitter. Same thing as my Twitch. It's up there. I posted it like yesterday, I think. If you want to check it out. It's obviously going to be a little bit different going forward because it's a brand new format now, but definitely a decent place to start if you're trying to stomp some people in Modern. Trunkin Duncan. I just love rhyming names. So welcome to the stream team. We're going to keep this hand. We've got Squawkcestral Recall. We got Force of Virtue. We might just play it on turn 1. We might just do it. No, we're not. We're not. Thanks, Wake Up. Really appreciate that. It was just such a good weekend. Just obviously ran pretty hot, but it did really feel like the moto testing and hanging out with y'all on stream. Really just getting those games in, getting the format down, just really understanding what we're fighting, what we're playing against. Really helped. Like I actually felt like I could see the board as if it were moto while I was playing in the GP, and that's the first time I had that experience playing Paper Magic. Like playing Paper Magic is definitely like a whole different animal than Moto, and it still is, but I felt like I could just see all the numbers that you can see on Moto, you know. I just felt like I was there and like fully engaged, which I think it was from all the practicing. I hadn't felt like that before at a paper event. I've always felt like a little more at the mercy of like, I don't know, my opponent's going to probably draw this, and then I don't know. But I was able to just hold it together the whole time and like just play to my outs and get a lot of wins. It was pretty sweet. What's up, Siege? How many turn 1 chalices? Quite a few turn 1 chalices. I didn't actually keep track, but I would say it was probably over 8. Probably between 8 and 10 turn 1 chalices, maybe even more than that. Definitely close to like probably 15 to 20 turn 1 2-drops for sure. Top Ghost for Fields. Yeah, Joao, I think that's a great place to start, for sure. They took Force of Virtue. Love it. Love it. They took Force of Virtue. I mean, it is probably the scariest card for them here. You gonna bash with that Fairy Seer? Yeah, you are. We haven't put a Batterskull on Crusader yet, no. Can't wait, though. Can't wait. Left in the paths just for the V-clicks and the Mistbind clicks, but Path is obviously not great against all their other creatures. Chimbu! Welcome to the stream, team. Anybody else I just missed? It was Vendedor Limones? Vendedor de Limones. Yeah, welcome to the stream, team. Sir Chibs, also. Appreciate y'all. I think Thalia makes sense here. We have the protection for her. We don't need to Squawk Ancestral Recall just yet. Yeah, I think opponent's probably playing Damnation in their sideboard, so it's probably in their deck now. But they're on like a new version of Fairies playing Fairy Seer, so I'm not 100%. They might not be playing it, but I would imagine that they are. Like a 1-of in the sideboard or something. Yeah, thanks, Wow. Oh, no. Now it's just Squawkination. Squawkivination. Alright, I'm gonna bash with Thalia. And then just start squawking. Caw. Hey now. Hey now. That's pretty strong there. Opponent is at 13 though. So we happen to be keeping up because our opponent's fetching and thought seizing a bunch. Ow, my face. Good thing they don't have Force of Virtue, huh? Hey. How you doing, girl? Good to see you. Hopefully they don't have any more spell stutter sprites. That'd be rough. But we'll find out. Ouch. Ouch. Alright. Well. Ooh. I kind of like the new art. It's pretty cool. I don't think I've seen that art yet. Yeah, those colors are really good. I want to visit that forest. Just kind of walk around a little bit. Alright. Yeah, we're probably just dead here. Let's draw a land maybe. Guess we're squawking. This Sunbait Cannon has dealt us 5 damage, and it shows. So if we had a Force of Virtue here, then maybe we would have a chance. Oh no, I mean we have a Thalia in play anyway. Yeah, we're just getting in there with Giver now. If we had been getting in with Giver the whole time, They'd take 3 more damage here, be at 5. We'd still probably lose, but something to think about. Where's our Plague Engineer? That's a good question. That would be nice, although we wouldn't be able to cast it because we've never drawn a 3rd land this game. Yeah, Squad Hawk? I don't know. I think it's okay. It's good with Force of Virtue for sure. It draws you 3 cards. Can't be that bad. Collective Brutality? Yeah, we're dead. Alright. Alright. Opponent had a pretty good hand that game, and we didn't draw a 3rd land. The paths are awkward because we really only want to path Mistbind Click and otherwise don't really care. So I think I'll bring back in a Flicker Wisp just for some value plays with like Ranger or Stoneforge, or even like blinking a Batterskull to bring back the Germ. Flicker Wisp is pretty sweet. And we're on the play too, so maybe we cut 2 paths. It's a little risky because Mistbind Click is pretty good against us, but they might even board it out some amount of the Mistbind Clicks. We don't even know if they're playing 4 in the main deck. Probably not, right? It's a 4-drop. That hand's pretty good. Let's keep. Yeah, we could have pathed our own Hawk, that's true. But we didn't have time for that. Opponent came in with the Fairy Seer beatdowns. Can't spell stutter this. Haha. Also not sure how good Revoker is. I mean, I'm sure they're playing some amount of Planeswalkers post sideboard. I don't know if we name Lily Last Hope in the dark. If it comes to a point where we need to cast Revoker. This is why we didn't really want Flicker Wisp, is because they have a lot of 1/1 flyers that trade with Flicker Wisp pretty easily. We know they're playing Fatal Push, so I'm going to keep Thalia alive here and not get in for 1. Last game we should have been attacking, as it turned out, because they didn't have any removal, but that's probably an outlier. I mean, they're a blue-black controlling fairy deck with probably a lot of removal in general. Hey! Don't really want to get Stoneforge spell stuttered here, but it's very likely. Oh, they're blocking. Alright. That works for me. Now spell stutter doesn't work on Stoneforge. Dual Shark, welcome to the stream team. Alright, so we could Sophie equip next turn with Giver backup. That actually sounds really good. Maybe better than Batterskull does. Most of their creatures are blue. That creature's not blue. Oh baby, Sophie Equip is happening. Oh, well yeah, it's definitely happening because, ooh, hey there. How's it going? Doop doop. Dupe. Even if they have Force of Negation, can't Force of Negate that. Oh no, Thalia with a Sword of Fire and Ice in Modern. Friends, I think we're doing it. Friends, it's happening. I'm getting a little emotional right now. Just that extra card and that extra 2 damage. Protection from blue. Whew. Whew. It's so good. It's so good. Alright. It is a bad legacy deck. So Jarrett. But bad legacy deck makes for an okay modern deck. Ren 6 killed DnT in Legacy. Not the version with Force of Virtue. Maybe you're not up on the new tech. But Force of Virtue very good against Ren 6. I've actually played it a decent amount. So they could have Mistbind Click, but they can't block Thalia, so they're probably just gonna block with the Fairy Rogue. The problem with activating Giver is they could have Fatal Push here in response. Another thing we could do here is just flicker out the Fairy Rogue. I think that's my move. And then just bash, and if they want a Mutavault block, that's fine. Oh yeah, we're 1-0 by the way. I guess I could change that. We beat Burn. Alright. I assume they're blocking with Mutavault here. Maybe I'm supposed to jam Mystic there too. Wow, they're just not gonna block. Oh, what? Oh, jeez. Okay. Woo. Woo. So they probably have Damnation. Yeah, I have to imagine they have a Damnation here. So I'm just not gonna play anything else into it. Huh. Opponent at 2, facing down Sophie. They do have Mutavaults to block. But if we attack with the Flicker Wisp and the Thalia, it's kind of a bad situation for them. Oh, there's the Damnation. Alright. We figured they had it. I guess... Yeah, we don't need to force a Virtue here. Yeah, that's fine. They're dead in 2 turns if they can't gain life. So we want to play Revoker on Jace, I believe. Thalia and Giver. This one. Alright. What's up, Red Bit TV? Welcome to the stream team. No, Revoker has to name a non-land card. I would name Mutavault for sure. But Revoker is non-land. Soul King 54, welcome to the stream team. Opponent just gonna pass the turn. I don't know. Let's draw a card. Ranger Captain. I'm just gonna pass the turn. I guess they could champion their Bitter Blossom with a Mistbind click here. Guess that's Cryptic Command, return, tap all creatures. That makes sense. Yeah, that works. Guess we'll just Ranger Captain for another Giver. Or a Thraben Inspector. Oh no, Walking Ballista. Oh, what? Forgot I was just so smart to put that in the deck. Forgot all about the Walkie Bee. You know, you make good decisions earlier in the day and then you forget about them. Could have sacked Ranger. That actually probably was correct. I mean, I guess we can sack Ranger on our turn and then kill them with Walking Ballista. Yeah, I think we'll just do it on our upkeep. Oh, what? Enter the God Eternal? Alright. Sick. That's pretty good. Alright, so if we make Walking Ballista for 2, we kill this, swing out, they're dead. Got him. Force pitching force. We couldn't force because there was a Thalia in play and we were tapped out. Walking Ballista for the win, friends. Oh yeah, oh yeah. That felt good. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So this is the deck. We can talk about it a little bit. So I saw somebody post this was the Aspiring Spike. Really good streamer. If you want to check out somebody else who plays a lot of Modern and plays some cool, innovative decks, Aspiring Spike on Twitch. Posted a deck with Mutavaults and Force of Virtues and Squadhawks. I had already built a version of the deck, but I was playing Tech Edge over Mutavault to get like a little bit more Tron hate, or just against like the mid-rangey decks that are going to try to get like 6 lands into play. Tech Edge is nice to kill their Colonnades and their Creeping Tar Pits and whatever else. But I saw the Mutavaults and I was like, yeah, that kind of makes sense. They can wear a sword pretty well. They're 3/3s with Force of Virtue, which is really nice. So I made a few changes, but it's basically his list. What's up, Soul King? Oh, that's who you were watching? Yeah, really good Modern Magic player. We've got Squawkcestral Recall in hand. Opponent on maybe Prowess, but probably Burn. I feel like Burn's a pretty good matchup for us. That's the 1/1 body on Squad Hawk. Not that great in this matchup, though. Yeah, it's definitely Burn. Prowess is mostly dead right now because of Faithless Looting getting banned. But I still think you could make a build of it. It just might be worse than Burn. And it seems like a lot of people had the same idea because I've seen a lot of Burn in the last couple days. Let's only draw 2 because we don't want to discard. And we're most likely chumping. Is Flicker Wisp good in the deck? Have you played with Flicker Wisp before? Oh no, we gave him all the targets for the Searing Blazes. Think we're dead here. So Flicker Wisp can target Stoneforge Mystic, can target Ranger Captain of Eos, can target Thraben Inspector, can target Squadron Hawk. I think those are all pretty decent targets for Flicker Wisp. I disagree with your assessment of lack of good targets for blinking. Also, Flicker Wisp can flicker out any of your opponent's cards. Any permanent in play can be flickered. So yeah, I just disagree. I feel like there's plenty of ETB value. And it ramps us. Look what it just did. Grove's Keeper, welcome to the stream team, by the way. What's up, Daddy? I'm not a pro player in that I've never played on the Pro Tour. So I wouldn't consider myself a pro player, but I did just get paid $400 to play some Magic over the weekend. So that sort of counts. And I was 1 win away from the Pro Tour over the weekend as well. 12-3 at GP Vegas. Yeah, I'll take it, right? So we're at 5. This is rough. What we're gonna do here is another thing you can do with Flicker Wisp, Elistra, is blink your own Flicker Wisp, which blinks their card until their end step. Stop it. Now we're at 1. So this is like #1 trick with Flicker Wisp is if you get a second one, most of you probably know this. I know a lot of you have watched me stream before or have played Death and Taxes before and have definitely done this yourselves, but you flicker your own flicker. On your end step it comes back. You take whatever permanent you want from them for their entire turn. Works great with Planeswalkers, especially because these are flyers. So say like they have a Karn in play, it's messing up your day. You take that Karn out of play for their entire turn. It comes back into play on their end step as a 6 loyalty Planeswalker that they weren't able to activate because they can't activate at instant speed on their end step. And then you crush it with your 2 Flicker Wisps, which is actually a really good way to beat Tron even when they get way ahead of you, which they often do when you aren't able to tax their mana. I'm gonna have to crack this Silent Clearing. I believe we're just dead here though because our opponent put their Sacred Foundry in untapped. Yeah. Okay. So let's get our good friend Burnt Forge Tender up in here. I think sort of Fire and Ice is kind of a pipe dream. On Thin Ice is pretty good though. We want those. And Walking Ballista's a little slow. And Fligger Wisp is not great in this matchup. So we're going to dump a couple of those. But I like this setup otherwise. Squadron Hawk, not great, but it does just create a bunch of blockers, and it's good with Force of Virtue. Not 100% sure how many Squadron Hawks should stay in the deck, but I assume we're supposed to just be playing all of them. What's up, Spider? Yeah, exactly, Illustra. Tom Diggy, if you look at my Twitter, it's KPonsMTG. I posted the list on there, but it was Thalia Stompy. Spider Space. No Mistveil Plains. No, I mean, we could try that. Just lands that come into play tapped are pretty bad in Modern, in my experience. We have best card in the matchup, but we can't cast anything here, so we're going to mulligan. Alright, we're going to keep this one. We're going to dump... So if they don't have a creature heavy hand, I don't really want both on Thin Ices, but I'm going to dump the Plains number 3 since we have a Vial anyway. But Atheris with the gifts. Spider Space, I love your face. You're really handsome and you're really good at magic too. Oh, Spider Space. Yeah, Spider Space. If y'all don't know Spider Space, you should check out his stream. He taught me everything I know about Thalia Stompy, and he's definitely a big part of the reason I got 28th in that GP. There's thanks for that gifted sub. Grim Lava Man. Ooh. We're doing it, friends. We're doing it. We have to get the Grim Lavamancer off the board first, so we can't do it just yet. But you better believe we're gonna have a lot of 2/2 flyers in play real soon. You better believe it. Yeah, we're just going to cast it because we're about to get 3 more. And we can vial the second one in and also pitch the third one and still have a 4th one left over. Squawkcestral Recall, folks. It's live. I think Thalia Stompy is pretty good post-ban, but maybe not so good right now on Moto because I think most people are trying out different... Ooh, that'll do it. People are trying out different Stoneforge Mystic decks, and generally Chalice is not that good against Stoneforge Mystic decks. So maybe not right now, but I think after that calms down a bit, we'll see a lot. We'll see a lot more decks that are bad against Chalice, and then we can start stomping again. So, tempting to just actually exile the On Thin Ice here, since they don't have a creature, and they probably would have played a creature had they had one. So, I think we're just going to dump the On Thin Ice, actually. Gonna leave this vial on 2. Raven Inspector. 2/3. It's like we're playing Always Watching. Y'all remember that in Standard? And we've got a whole squad of Hawks coming out to play here. Mr. Bacanudo, welcome to the stream team. Yeah, Orthopterus. Pretty pumped on it, thank you. Skullcrack, hey. Joe Whistle, appreciate you. I am going to change that tone that plays when follows happen because it's not my favorite. I'm going to change that tonight, I think, before the stream tomorrow. So let's just get more squawks going. We're just going to be attacking for casual 8 next turn. Casual 8. Have more 2s than 3s in the deck, so we're going to leave it on 2. I'm going to go ahead and crack this clue. Tal Zero, welcome to the stream team. Hey. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Alright, path is fine. The lightning helix there really helps their case, even though they're down to 1 card, so it's going to be tough for them to burn us out from 14 or 11 technically with the Rift Bolt. Oh, they decided to Rift Bolt Hawk. Interesting. Didn't expect that. Rift Bolt Hawk feels good though. I'm real happy they just Rift Bolted a fourth of our card there. Skewer a Hawk. So they've used 2 actual cards on half of our Squadron Hawk. I think we're doing it, friends. I think we're doing it. That's a 3/3. We just drew a land 3/3. Adieu 1345. Appreciate you. Yeah, I played Stompy, Thalia Stompy, which is a variant of Taxes that's like Turbo Taxes. You play Simian Spirit Guide, Chalice of the Void, eschewing the ever-present Ether Vial. Our beloved Ether Vial was not in that deck, but she looked at me really angrily from my deck box of my other Taxes deck. While Chalices and Simian Spirit Guides were just doing work on my opponents all day. So, you know, Ether Vial at the end of the day, she told me, you know, you did what you had to do, and I respect you for that. And we, you know, we talked about it. We figured it out. Ha. Well, we can get him to 1 and draw a card. I feel like that feels pretty good. Also giving our Squad Hawk Pro Red and Blue. Seems pretty unbeatable here. Oh, we took out the Sophie, that's right. So I still think getting Batterskull into play is better than oh, they just scooped to the Batterskull in our hand? Oh, that makes sense. So Walking Ballista does kill Grim Lavamancer pretty good. What's up, Britbrop? How you doing? Until now, do I think SFM is too strong for Modern? I don't think it's too strong for Modern. I think Modern is a pretty degenerate format still. Even though Hogak's gone, Faithless Looting's gone, it's still a pretty... It can be pretty degenerate. And when you're casting Squire and going and getting a Batterskull, and your opponent's just like amuliting you up with like an Amulet of Vigor and an Azusa, and you're just dead on turn 3, like... Nice Batterskull, right? I don't know. Like, you can still play Storm in this format, and it's like, cool Batterskull. We're going to just deal 20, turn 3. So, I don't think Stoneforge is too good. I do think Stoneforge homogenizes mid-range decks a bit, which is why I don't think they ever unbanned it before this moment. And I think they're just trying things out. They're like, hey, let's see if it's a good time for this. And I do think it's going to push the format into a more mid-rangey space. So you can still play your degenerate combo decks, your amulets, your storms, your I don't know, there's plenty of other fast combo decks that are going to punish you for trying to Stoneforge on people. Because, I mean, at the end of the day, this takes up 2 turns to get a 4/4 Vigilance Lifelink into play on turn 3. That's good, but it's by no means going to break the format, right? Like, it's powerful in a vacuum, but when your opponent's going to kill you on turn 3 or 4, which a lot of modern decks can do, it's not that great. So far I've been like averagely whelmed by the card. Definitely not overwhelmed with its power level, but it's doing its thing that we expect it to do, so it's been fine. No snow-covered lands here for the On Thin Ice, which is pretty awkward. We are on the draw, and we do have a Batterskull, but we kind of don't want the Batterskull in our hand. We want it in our deck for when we go and get it with Stoneforge, because now all our Stoneforges don't do anything, so we're going to mulligan this hand. Alright, we're going to keep this one and put back the Horizon Canopy probably, because we don't really want to ever tap a land that's going to hurt us. Iron Father, welcome to the stream, team. Hot take, yeah, Corsair Krufix is a card you can play with again for sure. Yeah, that's absolutely true, Soy Boy. It's not more than a one-of generally. Sir Goldmane, is that a Johnny himself? A Johnny has graced us with his presence in the stream right now. A Johnny, how you doing? Unless maybe you're a Johnny's like brother or cousin, which is still awesome. Another Stoneforge? We don't really need a second Stoneforge, so that's not great. That's not great. Right, Ogbrog, I absolutely agree. That's what you're going to need to be able to do if you're going to play Stoneforge yourself. Which, I mean, Thalia does a decent job at, and Force of Virtue plus Squad Hawk is a decent way to fight against the other fair decks. So this is probably a decent starting point if y'all are thinking about trying it out. Although definitely Blue-White Stoneblade is another decent place to start out. So I'm actually gonna Force of Virtue here, I think. Well, I guess no, it's better to do it on their turn if they're trying to block or attack, and then we do it. Yeah, we don't need to do it right now. The second Stoneforge is definitely getting pitched to Force, though. Whoop. Attacks that can be played without Stoneforge? Absolutely. I think Leon and Arbiter actually got better in the format because Stoneforge actually says go search your library. So, like, everybody who's trying to jam Stoneforge right now does not want to see a Leon and Arbiter on the other side of the board. So I think you can just play regular Death and Taxes from 3 days ago, and it's still really good. It might even be better right now. Yeah, Black White with Tide Hollow and Thought Not Seer is definitely another place to look. Absolutely agree. And then you get Plague Engineer out of the sideboard, which is another card that's pretty strong. So we're gonna take a bit of a hit here, but we're pretty close to being able to just hard cast Batterskull. And we got the 5th land, so Hardcast Batterskull is definitely on the menu here. Ooh. But we're taking how much? Oh my god, we're just dead. Wow. Alright, our opponent's hand was insane this game, and not much we could have done about that. Rough beats, we got killed on turn 3. Burn is not generally a turn 3 deck, but our opponent had the nuts that game. And it does happen. Never had experience with SFM. Is he like that outbalanced? That he's omnipresent? Well, I do think she homogenizes the white mid-range slash control decks. Like everybody's gonna play Stoneforge now, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. I think it'll push more people into mid-range strategies away from degenerate like combo type strategies like Dredge and Hogak and other things that abuse Faithless Looting. Sounds interesting. I think we're gonna try it. We got the turn 1 Vial. If we don't find a white source on turn 2, it's a little bit weaker, but usually it's hard for your opponent to interact with Vial in game 1. So the turn 1 Vial 1 lander is often good enough. We can pitch Force to Force to have a lot of randomly, or not randomly, but surprisingly large creatures for our opponent to deal with. Snow-covered mountain. Alright, so this may be Skred. Might be Skred. Yeah, I think that, ooh, yeah, Silent Clearing. Let's do it. Let's do it. Yeah, I think that Fairies definitely got better because more people are going to be playing mid-range decks, and Fairies is pretty good against mid-range decks. Yeah, I think it definitely moves the format into a slower, grindier place, and that's definitely what they wanted to do with it. So I think mission accomplished as far as WotC is concerned. Really didn't expect them to unban Stoneforge. I expected just Hogak ban and that was it. But got more than I ever wanted. That's not true. I got about as much as I wanted because I definitely wanted to try out some Stoneforge Mystic. What's up, Iron Blood? Welcome to the stream, team. Got more than I bargained for, potentially. How's it going, Diva? If y'all don't know Diva, she crushes, and you should definitely check out her stream. She 5-0'd last night with Rug Delver of all things. Just a beast. A beast in the Moto realm. Can't be stopped. Rug Delver 5-0. Kind of want to just get Sophie into play. I think that's all I'm gonna do here. 10-1. Damn. Jit is for sure too strong for modern. Yeah, it's that one's a little bit much. A little bit much. Definitely too strong. Too many people play creature decks. I have played against humans. I played 2 rounds against humans with different Stoneforge decks so far, and have fared pretty well. But our humans opponents were not drawing very well in those matches, so I don't have a great idea. I was also playing black-white in one of the matches, and black-white taxes versus humans is already a pretty decent matchup because we have Wasteland Stranglers, Fatal Pushes out of the board, and Plague Engineer. So that doesn't fully count, I guess, but that match I won pretty easily, and then I played against them with mono white and also got it. I think Batterskull was actually okay, even though it doesn't sound like it would be that good in that matchup. I think our opponents just had some pretty awkward draws. I think mono white should probably be a little bit unfavored against humans, but black white is still pretty good because you get Plague Engineer out of the board and Fatal Pushes and stuff. So I believe this is Skred. Ooh. Squawksestral Recall. Now we can put 2 Force of Virtues into play. I'm tempted. I'm tempted to put 2 Force of Virtues into play. Is that all 3? Okay. What's up, Neurodrain? Appreciate that follow. Have I ever written a sideboard guide? No, I've actually done a sideboard guide live on stream, but I haven't ever written one out. Gonzo, Professor Ham, Morenin. Welcome all y'all folks to the stream team here. Oh baby, Rancidio, it's just a stream team extravaganza right now. The only card in Masters that didn't have a watermark was Jace? Weird. Are you going to be playing those all day, Diva? That's awesome. That's awesome. That's what I'm doing all day. That is really strange that Jace doesn't have a watermark and everything else does. I don't know what the reasoning for that would be. Karn, Scion of Urza, you got it. I don't think they're ready for 5 power Flicker Wisp. I assume they have some sort of burn here, probably Scred or Lightning Bolt, which we can't put our creatures out of range of, so I think we're just going to pitch a Virtue to the other Virtue. Kind of bummed that we put Vial up to 3 and then drew Squad Hawk, but I mean, being able to Vial in the Flicker Wisp is pretty powerful as well. It is kind of tempting to just make all our creatures enormous. Yeah, you know what? We're just going to double force. We're just going to double force. The other squawks were free, right? This is kind of sick. This is kind of sick. Alright. Oh baby, 4/4 Mutavaults. Get in there. Get in there. Not going to equip the sword here because I'm expecting them to have some sort of removal. Scred on the Wisp. You got it. Now that they're tapped out, I think we just equip Sword rather than play the other Squad Hawk, because they're unlikely to be able to beat a pro-red creature. With probably anything in their deck. They're just going to cycle some Mind Stones here. Blood Moon. Alright, that's good against our Mutavaults. Fair enough. That's a big hawk, huh? That is a big, beautiful hawk. Look at that 3/4 Inspector. That doesn't even seem fair. Ooh! Ooh! Alright. I think we're gonna win this game. Just had this weird feeling. Pia and Kieran. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. It's not good enough, but it's pretty good. It doesn't even kill any of our creatures if they throw one, because we have 2 forces of virtue. Is this it? Is this the deck? So much value. Let's play this mountain, I guess. And I guess we'll pat this, just for good measure. And then get our beat skis down. I don't think they had any outs even if we didn't path it, but... Alright. So, double force of virtue is pretty good with Squad Hawk. That felt really good. We're definitely going to want the Revokers, although they are going to bring in a Braids in some number, and potentially even smash the Smithereens. Although I assume that Skred would rather play a Braid than smash. Forge Tender is obviously great. Stony actually seems pretty good. I wonder if we want to board out the Stoneforge package. And I guess Stony plus Batterskull is still fine. I mean, Sword of Fire and Ice is so good in the matchup that maybe we just play it even without Stoneforge. Walking Ballista, yeah, I could probably go too. Maybe we bring in 2 On-Thin Ices. Stony plus Vile is also kind of a non-bow though. And Thraben Inspector, yeah. Maybe Stony shouldn't be in our sideboard. I don't know if we can cut enough things to make Stony worth playing here. Yeah, let's just run it like this. Pithing Needle or Revoker could be good instead of Stony, for sure. Stony could also just be Disenchant, that's absolutely correct. Second Thalia could just be pitched to Force. Let's keep that. I think we are just going to pitch Thalia to Force of Virtue here. Hey, free Anthem. Not gonna attack because Thalia is really important here. Stopping their more explosive draws, like a turn 3 Planeswalker or that kind of thing. even though Giver as a 2/3 is pretty sweet. Seasoned Pyroman. It's pretty good here. It's a lot smaller than our creatures, but it makes a lot of blockers. Wear Tear. Wear Tear is interesting. Oh, they can make white with Astrolabe. I get it. Alright. Alright. A little bit flooded here, but Thalia is certainly getting in there. And then how about another 2/3? 1 mana 2/3. How would I describe myself in one word? Probably supercalifragilistic. Yeah, that sounds about right. Try drawing less lands. That would be kind of good though, huh? That would be kind of good. Let's give that one pro red. Oh, that's an awkward draw. Opponent still got 3 lands. That's pretty good. And I mean, it is a really good draw. We just can't cast it yet because Thalia makes it cost 1 more. And I mean, they're likely to have an Abrade. I bet they discarded the Wear Tear because they have another way to interact with artifacts. Oof. That's strong here. It's pretty strong here. So this is kind of interesting. I mean, if they end up... Oh. They're going to triple block. That doesn't seem to be that good. Just going to let this happen because the other one doesn't kill our Thalia. First strike's a hell of a mechanic, huh? So this is kind of an interesting choice. If we sort of Fire and Ice and they have the Abrade, it's not great. If we have the second Giver in play, it actually is really good on this board. I think we're just gonna play the other Giver. I don't wanna allow them to Abrade our Sophie or Wear Tear it. Since they discarded a Wear and Tear, I don't know, it's pretty likely they have another artifact destruction spell. Mats are hard. Cool, Brit Prop, I'm into that. I'll take that one. Alright, don't really want to ramp my opponent here. Definitely still bashing with Thalia. And we'll just grind out all their tokens, I guess. There's a fish tank in the background. Yeah, I should probably turn off the fan. It's just so hot in here. I need to go get some ice water, and then I can turn off the fan. Sorry about the noise in the background. I can actually mess with the filter and maybe suppress the noise a little bit more. Is that a little better? stream shirtless. That's against the code of Twitch. I would get banned. We don't want that. We don't want that. Yeah, Pro Colorless does unattach the equipment, which is pretty rough. Also, Karn makes it so I can't activate my Sword of Fire and Ice. So they have potentially 6 mana next turn. Are we just gonna get latticed here? So we need to go pro red, pro colorless, bash Karn for 3. That's not great. This Karn's a big problem. Where's all our flyers at? We could also Path the Thopter, just give it pro red. But if we Path the Thopter, they have 6 mana. And they can just Mycosynth. So we can't really do that either, huh? I think we bash the Karn and just hope they don't draw a land. Oh, wait. Never mind, Thalia's in play, so Mycosynth costs 7. And that's probably what somebody's going to tell me right now. Attack Karn with all of them. Undo. Kind of do like attack Karn with all of them. Yeah, I think that line was actually better. But I went with this one. I think attack Karn with all of them was probably a better line though. Yeah, they do need 7 mana. That's true, Baruch, but if we can never cast any more spells this game, or tap any more lands for mana, that's going to be an issue. Opponent's just bashing with the team. That's interesting to me. Do they have an Anger of the Gods? They must have an Anger of the Gods. That's a bummer. Well, I suppose we'll path one of our creatures. It's in the deck a little bit. 200 viewers? Hell yeah. Welcome to Stoneforge Mystic Modern, y'all. Hopefully we draw a Stoneforge Mystic here. That'd be kind of cool. Could play a Batterskull. Kill Karn after he plays Lattice. That's very true. That's very true. Chris Barad and everybody else that just followed, appreciate y'all. I'm gonna Bornich, Christian, Astrionic, Liars, Baruch, everybody. Appreciate you. What you getting? TJW. Welcome to the stream team. Appreciate that follow. Just gonna throw this out there. Subscribers get songs. I actually have a guitar sitting right next to me. If y'all are into that kind of thing, subscribers do get songs. It's definitely not expected. But if you do subscribe, if you do support the channel in that way, you're going to be the recipient of a... Here we go. So if we flicker out the Karn and equip Sophie, do we win? What could they have there? What punishes us? What did they go get? They went and got Lattice. But if we already have our Sophie attached to our Flicker Wisp, are we just going to win that game? I think I'm gonna try it. Oh shit. Oh shucks. Oh shucks, Atheris. We're gonna have to make some songs. We're gonna have to make some songs. Oh, plus on the sword. Yeah, that's true. I think that's still the line there though. Like, what else are we doing? Yeah, they're gonna plus on the sword. Alright. They found the line. They found the line. Good play, Adonis. So, XX Resto, you're the besto. XX Resto, welcome to the sub team. Who else we got? Cry, cry. Oh, why? Does our opponent have a Karn? It's really annoying. Alright, we'll start with 2, and we'll actually play the game for a bit, and then we'll get some more for Horny Vegan, Squirmit, and Zombie Pumpkin. Oh no. Opponent playing well here. Not a great situation for us, but Sword of Fire and Ice being a 4/4, kinda cool. Kinda cool. We can bash the Karn maybe? Do we want to trade Flicker Wisp for 2 Thopters here? I don't know how much better Flicker Wisp is going to be at any point. So let's just get in there. That was cool, attacking with a Sword of Fire and Ice. I think that's an achievement unlocked. I think we could put that on the bingo board. Alright, opponent, do your thing. Batterskull's so bad, is it? What do you mean? It's a 5/5 lifelink vigilance. Horny Vegan, the only reason my name isn't Horny Vegan is because it's K-Pod's MTG, but I also am generally that. Zombie Pumpkin. It's really hard to rhyme with pumpkin, but welcome to the sub team, Zombie Pumpkin. Squirmit, you're not like Kermit, but I still like you anyway. A lot, a lot, a lot, a lot, a lot. Alright, we got that Mutavault, so I think we're gonna get there here. We're gonna just bash the Karn. Germ survives as a 1/1 because of Force of Virtue. So they're gonna make Lattice a creature, and I don't know how we beat that. I think it might be scoop time. Yeah, or they just go get a Worm Coil. That's even better, huh? Yeah, I mean, I guess we can cast Force of Virtue. We could draw a white card and then another Force of Virtue, and then we can keep attacking, but it doesn't. Yeah, we're done. We're done here. Don't have any white cards. You're right. You're right, Astrionic. Numbers TV. Numbers TV. Best new friend from the weekend. Numbers TV. There's you and there's me. We're taxing them out. We're gaining that subscriber clout. Woo! Numbers TV, really appreciate that. Appreciate all the support, friends. Hopefully we can get our Karn opponent in game 3 here. And yeah. Let's see. So Walking Ballista actually seems kind of good. It can pressure their planeswalkers. It can just kill off their tokens. Kind of like Walking Ballista. Batterskull, Sophie. I mean, it doesn't pressure Karn, but yeah, Karn's annoying. Huh. Yeah, Karn is really annoying. I wonder if we even want Ether Vial. Probably. But let's say we bring in Stonies, right? Then we don't want Walking Ballista. We probably still want Batterskull, but we probably don't want Sword. We probably don't want the Sophie or the Stoneforge Mystics. And we bring in like the 4th Force and like an On Thin Ice maybe. I don't hate this. Yeah, let's try that. Stoney's a non-bow with our Ether Vials, but if we turn off our Ether Vials and turn off a lot of what they're doing, I think it's worth it. Alright, that's a keeper. If you cut SFM, you have to cut Batterskull? I don't think so. We can get to 5 and just have a 4/4 lifelink vigilance. It's not great, but I think it's better than like Mirror Crusader in this matchup. Although I could be wrong about that. Start with Giver into Thalia, and then we'll play the Forge Tender on turn 3 because they can't have an Anger of the Gods before that anyway. Alright, alright. So they can pop our Ether Vial with that. I think we're just going to play Ranger Captain, grabbing a Giver here. Or even a Thraben Inspector, potentially, but I think Giver's probably better. Ranger Captain's a pretty good Magic card. Pretty good. Just all the 2-for-1s, you know? Yeah, damn it, There's. I really appreciate that. So many gifted subs. #1 supporter for sure. That's huge. I should be buying you the beers in Portland. Interesting. Let's get our beats down. Let's get the beat down on. And then we have a choice here of either playing the Giver or holding it up and just Force of Virtuing with it. Since it was kind of a free card anyway, I don't really feel that bad about it. We can just play Ether Vial and Forge Tender here. Alright, Crater Maker's gonna kill both our creatures, that's annoying. Or I mean, block both our creatures technically. Yeah, let's play Ether Vial, let's play Forge Tender. And let's decide what we want to do with the Giver on the next turn here. But yeah, anybody else been brewing up any Stoneforge decks in Modern, or what are y'all's thoughts on the ban list updates? I'm pretty excited about them, obviously. I also play a lot of Death and Taxes myself, so it's I guess pretty obvious. Huh. Pillage my land. I guess that's totally fine. Gonna do it. Hopefully we draw something else to do next turn. Dead Guy Ale, yeah, I think that looks like a really good deck. Well, I fully agree. 2 for 1ing yourself for an Anthem is not great, but when you're playing with a card called SQUAWKS Recall, it's actually pretty fantastic. When it's free and it costs you 1/4 of your card, and that other card also got you 3 2/2s to go on top of it, it's pretty damn good. But no, I would never play Force of Virtue without Squadron Hawk. I think it's pretty terrible without. Huh. Alright, fair enough. Yeah, I saw Caleb D's list. It looks pretty good. Man, Karn. If they think I won't path their Astrolabe, they're wrong. Astrolabe's getting pathed. SQUAWKS! Yeah. See, SQUAWKS Astral Recall. But yeah, Caleb's list, if anybody hasn't seen it, yeah, I guess you can click on that link there. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. What are you going to get? Walkie Bee? Walkie Bee seems alright here. Worm Coil. Ooh. Worm Coil is even better. We already used our path. So we need some help here. We can sacrifice... We can sacrifice Ranger Captain and Burned and Forge Tender so that they don't gain any life, but they're at 14 right now. So that plan's probably not going to work. Huh. So if they attack... we can block with Forge Tender, sack Forge Tender. Swing back for 6, they go to 6. Right, does this work? Can I sack Forge Tender when there's no target? I actually need to find this out. I'm not actually sure. Maybe y'all know. Twitch chat, Google. Do y'all know? There's no red source. Alright, well, we'll sack Ranger Captain. That'll definitely work. Four living ends. Four living ends seems pretty good right now, yeah. Yeah, if there's a red permanent, we could. That makes sense. Dr. Casablancas, welcome to the stream team. Path. That's good. But they're going to gain 6. Then they won't be able to gain any more because the giver's going to stop them. So that was a good draw. Not as good as Path. Or even On Thin Ice. But I don't think we boarded On Thin Ice in. Maybe I should have, considering the Worm Coil that our opponent definitely has in their sideboard. Another Karn. Welp, we have the answer to that one. Hey, hey. Got him. Got him. What? 2 Karns? Pretty D's hand, opponent. Pretty D's hand. Thanks, Arkin. Really appreciate that. 12-3. 12-3. 1 win away from the Pro Tour. So close, but still an amazing weekend. Amazing tournament for Thalia Stompy. You can sack it? No target? RNG coming in the clutch. Too bad we already attacked. Maybe we would have won this game had we sacked Forge Tender. And they wouldn't have... And then we could have sacked Ranger Captain on the next turn. Yeah. Had I known that in time, I think we win this game for sure. Now it's like a bit of a sweat. A bit of a sweat. It's a pretty good draw. Pretty good draw. So I think we need to leave 2 things back. In case they bolt a Flicker Wisp. Wait, well, we have Forge Tender to stop Bolt and then Giver to stop Worm Coil. And they're taking 7 here. Yeah, I think we go 7. Yeah. Alright, so barring some kind of miracle here, I think we got him. Oh, it's all good. Why kill Karn? I think I just wanted to put them on a 1-turn clock, right? Was it better to kill Karn? Well, I just wanted to be able to kill them on the following turn. which with 7 power in the air, we're like going to be able to do by not killing Karn there. Like they could find, I don't know. This I'm going to let resolve. Give Flicker Wisp protection from colorless, because I don't want them to just anger the gods after the Scred. Oh, we know what their last card is, though. It's a mountain. But that was just in case somehow they drew an extra card somehow. But yeah, this game's over. Maybe we're supposed to kill Karn and still kill on the next turn. I could see that being the case. But yeah, I just wanted to have 7 power of flyers on the following turn. GG's. GG's. Alright. 3-1. This is looking pretty good. This deck's actually feeling pretty good. This is the first Stoneforge deck that feels a little bit more robust. Force of Virtue has been solid. Funny enough. Yeah, Giver can give pro colorless, which is a big deal against Wormcoil. E. Daniels, thank you for that sub. I mean the follow. Really appreciate that. Probably all of y'all are followed already because you're all talking in the chat, but if you're not, it'll let you know. It'll let you know on the left side of your screen when you jump onto Twitch when I'm streaming, if you want to catch some more Death and Taxes action. Mac Ans, welcome to the stream team. Not sure yet, Dr. C. Not sure yet, but Stoneforge is certainly a powerful card, and we're going to try out all the different decks we can possibly do. We're definitely going to even try Eldrazi and Stoneforge in some of the lists. So we're gonna definitely mess around and try and figure it out. One Mr. Lee, welcome to the stream team. No, Mr. Lee, we actually have I mean, I don't think Predict's in Modern anyway, but we actually have On Thin Ice in our sideboard, which has to enchant a snow land you control. So that's why we're playing all the snow-covered plains. But I like where your head's at. You must be a legacy player. I don't currently use a card rental service. I just have been playing Death and Taxes in Modern for a few years now. So mostly just jamming all kinds of Death and Taxes decks. But yeah, I will start a service pretty soon so we can jam some different types of decks. If anybody has a certain deck, maybe a certain Stoneforge brew you want me to try, we can do donation leagues, which I've been excited to start doing. Yeah, I agree, Dr. C. Smasher's pretty decent right now. Nathematics? Appreciate you. Godsend. I don't know what Godsend does, I'll be honest. Godsend. Looks like we're playing against Grixis Death Shadow. That's interesting. What's up, Zerv? Doing good. How are you doing? Tarma Goofy, thank you so much for the congrats. Yeah, just can't say enough how great the whole tournament experience was. Got to meet awesome people like Numbers TV, Capolo, Dos Equis Guy, a bunch of people from the stream, some really cool opponents that I had all weekend that were all like super kind and like fun to play against. Like I just had a great time playing Magic the whole time, and you know, it showed in the result. Like when you're having a good time playing Magic, you're gonna play more relaxed, you're gonna play better. It's just everything feels better, and I had so much fun shuffling up and jamming some games. Gotta say that was probably my favorite GP experience, maybe tied with when Aaron G hooked me up with a foil acid web spider when I day 2'd with mono green at GP Baltimore a long time ago. That was a really, really fun tournament as well. I was playing an acid web spider in my sideboard and actually day 2'd because I green sunned for 5, going and getting an acid web spider to destroy my opponent's Sword of Feast and Famine. And it felt so good because it was like my little pet card, you know? Like, not necessarily that powerful of a card, but against the Spirits deck that was playing Sword of Feast and Famine in their sideboard, I'd always bring an Acid Web Spider as a way to green sun for a way to kill their Sword of Feast and Famine, which was very good against a mono green deck. You probably don't know what any of these cards do, but Acid Web Spider is kind of cool. You should check it out. I have a sweet, sweet foil one that I'll always treasure that I got from Aaron G. We're just going to play another mom, I guess. Get a couple moms out there. 1/1 Death Shadow, huh? Welcome to the cube. Yeah, that was really fun too. That was my first GP, so that was a big one. That was my first GP ever. My big memory from that one was that I bought into Blazing Shoal because I was like, oh wow, Modern's crazy. Sam Black just broke it with Blazing Shoal. I'm definitely going to buy all the Blazing Shoals I can. So I bought tons of Blazing Shoals on eBay for like $7 each. It was worth like 10 to 15, like mid on TCG at the time. So I was like, cool, I'm going to buy all these Blazing Shoals for $7. The only time I've ever invested in Magic cards. I bought a bunch of Blazing Shoals. And I brought them to GP Montreal because it was the GP right after the Pro Tour. And I was like, I know people are going to want these because it's the best deck in Modern. It's just great. And I didn't know that there was all this talk about bannings and stuff at the time. And everyone I talked to that I tried to trade with was like, I don't know, like, isn't it going to get banned? And I was like, oh, maybe? I don't know. I hope not. I bought a lot of them. And then, of course, like the Monday after that GP, after nobody wanted to trade for them, they got banned. And I went from having like $150 worth of Blazing Shoals to having about $1 worth of Blazing Shoals. And never again did I speculate on any Magic cards. And here we are, 8 years later or whatever. So they're going to take the Flicker Wisp, which we can't cast anyway. So you know what? Maybe we let them take Flicker Wisp, and or we could just not let them take anything with this. Yeah, I think this actually makes sense. So we're gonna Violent Giver, we're gonna cast Force of Virtue, pitching Flicker Wisp, because they were gonna take Flicker Wisp anyway, and just get some free value off this Inquisition. Yeah, exactly, Taylor. Everyone did assume I was French. That's true because my last name's Poncelet, and I mean it does come from French backgrounds, but I'm definitely not French. But that was pretty funny. I mean, my dad's French-speaking Belgian, so I guess that sort of counts. But anyway. Do we get in there with Mutavault? I think we do. I think we put him to 3. And then this, if they don't have a land here, maybe that was overzealous there. We could have just left the giver untapped. I was just too tempted. Yeah, we could die to Battle Rage here, but Thalia makes it so they can't cast Battle Rage if they let me vial it in. But we probably should have vialed it in on upkeep. That was a pretty risky line we just took. I sort of regret it. But if they need to specifically have Battle Rage here, I don't think it's too bad. If they give me priority again, I'm definitely activating Ether Vial. Jace Vryn's Prodigy, huh? Well, that's fine. Whew. So we want to activate Mutavault, give Mutavault Pro Black Bash, I think. They have to block. That seems good. They didn't have the Battle Rage last turn, so I don't think they have it this turn. They are going to get to... Well, they have to block with the Jace Vryn's Prodigy here, so they're not going to get to draw extra cards. What's up, Josie? Yeah, I read that report as well. Really nice guy, Jonathan Zhang, that I played in round 15. But yeah, that deck is basically a buy for us. So the way that doesn't work, Tarmagoofy, is that you can't force a Virtue for free on your own turn. It's only on your opponent's turn. But that would have been good had we been able to do that. The other thing that was preventing us from doing that was that Thalia is in play, so force a Virtue actually costs 1. So yeah, there were a couple reasons that didn't work, but I like where your head's at. Just get him dead. There is a link on my Twitter. I could put it up. Ooh. Would this work? Oh geez, I don't know if that'll work. But yeah, if you go to Kpon's MTG on Twitter, you'll see it like a couple things down. Whoa, Spotify came up. How's it going? Sorry, y'all. My multitasking there was not that great. So they could have TBR here, and we can't beat TBR. But we're gonna block with Stoneforge Mystic, I think. Why not? Get a Batter Skull, I guess. I wish we could get a white card. So if they have TBR, we weren't going to beat it with the Thalia block. on top of it anyway. TBR does too much damage. Alright. Alright. And they scoop it up. It's hot country like hot yoga. You gotta listen to it in 100-degree heat. Yeah, maybe that's what it is. I don't know why Spotify came up. I don't think we need this right now. Must have accidentally clicked it when I was clicking around. So yeah, Godsend. Let's read Godsend real quick. Equipped creature gets +3/+3. Whenever equipped creature blocks or becomes blocked by one or more creatures, you may exile one of those creatures. It costs 3 to equip, and it's 1 white for the cost, and the creature gets +3/+3. It's something. I think because it doesn't like just win you the game when it hits. Like Batterskull gaining you 4 life just kind of wins you the game in some matchups. It being just a 2-mana 4/4 Vigilance lifelink is just really good. And then Sword of Fire and Ice, if it connects and kills a creature and draws you a card, it kind of just wins you the game all at once. So there's like a good reason you want to play Sophie. I think I would play Sword of Light and Shadow over Godsend. I think I would play Sword of Sinew and Steel over Godsend as well. But if you're getting to like the 4th or 5th equipment you might want to play, then maybe you could start looking at Godsend. But even then, I'm not sure, because Sword of Feast and Famine's a hell of a sword as well. We're playing against Death Shadow, so I think Mirran Crusader is probably strong. On Thin Ice, we're going to want for their homies. And Rest in Peace is good against JVP. It's also good against Gurmag Angler and Tassiger. Forge Tender is probably alright. All these cards are probably pretty good. We could drop the Stoneforge package. I don't think it's that good here. Although Fire and Ice is pretty strong. And I guess we could trim a Force of Virtue. Let's run that. Oh yeah, Ancestral Blade we could pitch. Yeah, that's true. Alaster. That is true. I don't think it's gonna be worth it to play with, but oh man, if they 1/1 Death Shadow again and we kill it with a Ballista, how sick would that be? How sick would that be? Yeah, no, Sarah Planeswalker is absolutely something to consider here. Sarah Angel Token definitely blocks most things in the format pretty well. Also wears a sword pretty well. Vigilant flying 4/4 with a sword on it. No thanks. I don't want to play against that. And then her other mode just being Worship is pretty strong too. Against burn decks and such. So yeah, I could see Sarah being okay. It's worth a shot. She might just be better, or might just be worse than like Worship itself, but who knows? I've never actually cast Sarah the Benevolent yet. Definitely a cool design and powerful in a vacuum. Not sure if Modern is that vacuum where she stays powerful, but or is that environment non-vacuum space. So Thraben Inspector I actually love against Death Shadow because it's a great chump blocker and also draws us a card. It's just like really good in the matchup. Yeah, uninteractable worship is definitely interesting. Although the decks that you're bringing in worship against also can't usually interact with your worship. Like burn does not have any way to kill enchantments generally. Dismember. Yeah. Which member? This one. Kaya is also insane against GDS for sure. Probably take Ranger Captain here. Too much value, right? But yeah, I should probably put up a link to the list so y'all can see the 28th place list. Here we go. Opponent is thinking about stuff. Add command. GP Vegas. Oh. I don't know how to do it. Opponent's tanking though, so while they're doing that, I guess I'll just post the list. That is the list right there. Good for 12-3 record at GP Vegas. Definitely felt like it was the right call. Chalice on 1 happened in a lot of games on turn 1. They went with the Walking Ballista. Interesting. Grim Lavamancer. Interesting. Ooh, are we gonna get him with this Force of Virtue? Oh, this is gonna be so sick. If we get to get him. Should we get Forge Tender? I guess I like Giver a little better. Right here. So they might want a Lavamancer right now. They probably won't, because it doesn't make a ton of sense, but they'll probably respond to Force of Virtue with it. I think you can still jam Black-White with Stoneforge. I just think maybe Black-White Tax is in a decent spot right now with just Leonin Arbiters. If everybody wants to jam Stoneforge, right, then the person who brings the Leonin Arbiters might be the one doing it right. And that's definitely something I'm going to explore at some point. Yeah, exactly. We're likely to pitch the Giver to the Force, so we want to leave the Forge Tender in our deck for later on, potentially. EE on 1. Alright. Alright. That's going to get rid of your Lavamancer, though. So I guess that's totally alright with me. It also gets rid of your Death Shadows. That's a weird play. We also have a Flicker Wisp in our hand that we can put it down to 0 with. That's just a weird play. Alright. Yeah, we're going to pitch Giver. Since they have an EE on 1 now. They may respond with a Ranger Captain, which would be annoying. Or, I mean, a Bolt on the Ranger Captain, which would be annoying here. But it looks like they're just going to kill Thraben Inspector. That's fine. I wish they would have done it, you know, on their main phase, but they don't have much of an incentive to do that. So Ether Vial into an EE on 1 doesn't seem great. Flickering the EE on 1 seems pretty good. Just attacking for 7 seems pretty good too, though. I think I just want to attack for 7. And be able to path their creatures here. Yeah, just a casual 7 damage with a Mutavault and a Ranger Captain. Just super chill. Hot scour yourself with your red source, huh? And that's a 4-1, friends. That was pretty cool. That worked out pretty well. We got beat by Burn in Game 3. They had the turn 3 kill in Game 3, which Burn very rarely has. It's pretty difficult for Burn to be able to kill you on turn 3. And they had it. So that's the only loss we took, was Burn on turn 3 in Game 3. Pretty happy about that. Let's open a chest or two for the new follows, the new subs. What do we get? What do we get? We got Mass Diminish. I've never seen this card. Until your next turn, creatures target player controls have basic power and toughness 1/1. Flashback. So it's like a humility for a turn. That's interesting that it's a blue card. I guess it also could be like a mass polymorph. I guess this is like a Warcraft Warcraft card. Woolly Razorback. That is pretty cool art. That is really cool art, actually. I wouldn't mind having one of those in the background of the stream. That's pretty cool. Oh, it's mass diminish because diminish is one of them. Yeah, that makes sense. Let's open another box. What's in the box? 45 play points and an Oron Frostfang. Whoa. That's kind of cool, and that art's really sweet too. Some of these new cards have some sweet art. 5 play points and Reaper of the Wilds. Alright, I think that's it for the chests that we're going to open. Let's just look at the list again real quick. So that felt pretty good. It felt solid. What changes might we want to make, though? The Stonies were a little awkward in the sideboard. They could just be more Revokers. Or like Pithing Needle. I think maybe just more Revoker makes sense. I like Revoker a lot. Maybe 1 Pithing Needle. Or even Sorceress Spyglass, but I guess Pithing Needle costing 1 is kind of a big deal. Oops. So yeah, Stony was awkward. Pithing Needle should be alright. Revoker's great. Let's just give it another go with this list. Is a snow package necessary for Untitled Ice? No, you could play Declaration in Stone, you could play Winds of Abandon, and it wouldn't be that much different. And Winds of Abandon and Declaration in Stone are occasionally much better than On Thin Ice. On Thin Ice being 1 mana, though, is the reason I'm running that. But there are definitely situations where Deck in Stone is fantastic and much better. And also situations where you have 6 mana and Winds of Abandon is just Plague Wind. So yeah, you could easily run either of those and not run the snow-covered package. Kataki could be interesting over Stony, maybe. I just don't think Kataki's doing enough. Like, Urza doesn't really care about Kataki that much, and we kind of care about Kataki because we're playing Ether Vials and Swords and Batterskulls and stuff. So, yeah, I'd prefer Revoker, honestly, than Kataki over Kataki. If Affinity was still a big deck, and people were jamming that, then yeah, Kataki over Revoker maybe. But since Urza is like the artifact deck that people like to run right now, I think Revoker and Pithing Needle make more sense. Play points allow you to play in tournaments. Like it's 100 play points to jump in a Modern League. They're equivalent to 10 play points is equivalent to 1 ticket, which is equivalent to $1. So like 10 play points is $1. So when opening a chest with 45 play points is like opening a chest of $4.50, which is pretty good. But opening a chest that has 5 play points and 2 unplayable rares means you only got 50 cents from that chest. And if you sell the chest, you get like $2 and something. So if you get less than $2 worth from your chest, it's generally a bad one. But it's kind of like gambling, I guess. We can violin this Walking Ballista on 0, which is, you know, great value. It's Tron. Alright, so game 1 against Tron, we're very unlikely to win. But, Walkie B on 1 is probably the play here, huh? So Slater, I did change a couple cards. I took out the Stonies from the sideboard and added a Pithing Needle and a Revoker from that one. So slightly different. I'll update that in just a sec. How's it going though? Gonna get that vial up to 2 here. Ooh. We're just gonna bash. So if they have Karn, they have to go for Giver. What's up, Nosen? Welcome to the stream team. And we can Stoneforge Mystic for probably Batterskull. I mean, we're likely going to lose because they have Tron here. But, I don't know, maybe our value package can actually do some work. I could see it being alright. If this is a Worm Coil, we're fine, right? We have 2 paths. It's their own Walking Ballista. Well, that's problematic. That they have their own Walking Ballista. That's always the best one against us on turn 3. Yeah, I think this deck is pretty strong. Tron on paper is like probably our worst matchup. So we'll see how this goes. So Sword of Fire and Ice is actually castable if they kill the Stoneforge. I think we want to get Batterskull though, because we need to draw a land for the Sword of Fire and Ice anyway, and then equip it, and it's like, that's a lot. Let's see if they want to pop the Mystic here before we get to untap and get a Batterskull into play. The other reason I went and got Batterskull is because I expect them to try and kill Stoneforge. Gonna just use our Ballista to make sure that they don't still have a Ballista after killing our Giver here. So it looks like they're cool with us just having a Batterskull, which is kind of cool. Unfortunately, we did not draw. So, this is kind of interesting. What we could do here is violin the Ranger Captain on their upkeep, go and get like Giver Runes or Thraben Inspector, maybe even Thraben Inspector, and no, probably Giver Runes. But then we can sack Ranger Captain on their draw step. They can't cast any non-creature spells, and then we definitely get a Batterskull attacking, and we have Path if they have a Worm Coil. Kind of like that line. Not sure what's the best here. Getting flashes of Daniel Day-Lewis, sweet. That's awesome. If you think I look like Daniel Day, that's a good looking dude. I appreciate that compliment. Yeah, let's get a Giver. And you know what? We're just going to sack it. We're just going to slow him down for a turn. Let us develop our board a little more. And we can Path if they have a Worm Coil, which they do. So this is what we wanted them to do. Unfortunately, can't cast Giver and cast Path here, which is obviously not great. Drawing the third Path, also not awesome. But we're getting in there with the team, getting them to 10, getting up to 23. The two Mutavaults can pressure their Planeswalkers decently well. I mean, we're not in great position, but we could get there. And our opponent's playing Chromatic Star. What did they find? Ulamog. Alright. That's a big boy. That's a big boy. And they're at 9 mana right now, so they just need one more land drop. And they will be able to Ulamog us. And that's going to be a problem. The Batterskull Germ token is black, yes. Did they not find a land? They did not find a land. Or they just didn't want to play the land. So we're just going to pump fake with this Vial. But they were F6'd. Atomic Brigadier. How you doing? Interesting. We're just going to bash again, and then we have a Path. So, I don't know. We might just be able to kill them with Mutavaults. Can we get there? They just scoop because they didn't hit the 10th land, the 10th mana source. Won game 1 against Tron. This deck is unbeatable, maybe. Maybe this deck is unbeatable. The Revokers are coming in. The Damping Spheres are coming in. The Pithing Needle's coming in. The other cards are not coming in. What's coming out? I feel like we could take out the Stoneforge package. This is not the matchup for the Stoneforge package. And that's just a perfect swap. Couldn't have drawn it up better if we meant to. Let's submit that deck. Thanks, Atomic. Really appreciate that. Heyo, this hand seems great. Never mulliganing that against Tron. Oh yeah, I guess we'll just leave it up. We're 4-1 on the day with SQUAWKS so far. Yeah, exactly, Daniels. They could have Ulamoged, and I think we still had lethal through the Ulamog, depending on what they decided to exile. But yeah, I think we had it either way. If they exiled our white source, then it could have been a problem. Opponent going Chromatic Sphere. Do we just Pithing Needle Chromatic Sphere? I'm tempted. I am tempted. Not gonna do it. We're just gonna play the Vial, and we can Damping Sphere or Pithing Needle on the turn after. Having Vial in play is kind of a big deal right now. On turn 1, it's tempting though to just like Needle Sphere, but Needle can also name Karn or O-Stone or any other of those more powerful cards, so I think it makes sense to wait. But it is occasionally correct to just like go for the first thing they play, especially if you have more Revoker / Pithing Needle effects. Kick a Leak, welcome to the stream, team. Oh, it's a mana ability? You're absolutely right. Yeah, you're absolutely right. That's a good call. I'm used to Revoker. Pithing Needle does not work on Chromatic Sphere. Good call. You should always read your whole card before playing it. Ooh. Alright. Guess we just Damping Sphere. Because they used their Return to Nature already. Yeah, I have tried a little bit of Arbiter and Stoneforge in the same deck. The non-bow is not great. It's not great, but I don't know. It wasn't the worst thing ever. Yeah, but it wasn't great. I'm gonna Pithing Needle now on EMAP. Because that's not a mana ability, even though it gets mana. And we're just gonna Squad Ancestral Recall real quick. What? Oh, we cast a spell. Oh no. I forgot we have Damping Sphere in play. That's alright. We can get the... I forgot Damping Sphere has text. I haven't played with Damping Sphere in a long time either. Damping Sphere, not Spear. So yeah, 2 cards I haven't played with in a really long time, and everybody can tell based on my last couple of turns. Yeah, definitely being able to reset the needle later is going to be important. And opponent not drawing lands here is really important for us as well. Bash with Mutavault, play Squad Hawk for Ancestral Recall seems pretty good. Could also just bash with 2 Mutavaults and a Giver, but I think I'd rather draw 3 here. And they're just going to scoop. They're just going to scoop. Beat Tron 2-0. We're 5-1 with Stoneforge Mystic and SQUAWKS. So far, this is the most this version of Stoneforge has been the most powerful, the most consistent, the most like, it just feels like it has game at all points and in all matchups so far. We had some interesting games earlier playing instead of SQUAWKS, just main deck Revokers, which I think makes sense, but that package of SQUAWKS plus Force of Virtue just kind of gives you some free wins. And having like kind of an unfair thing where you get to draw 3 cards and give them all +1/+1 is pretty nice to have. Also, SQUAWKS are pretty good with swords, turns out. Gonna keep this hand. It's a 1-lander, but Vile's hard to interact with in game 1, so we're gonna just keep that because it's got SQUAWKS and Virtue really, and Giver to get in there. It's a pretty powerful hand. Yeah, I think that's a big point of discussion actually, Atomic. It's between Ranger Captain and Militia Bugler. I've tried Militia Bugler. That one, I mean, obviously Bugler can go and find SQUAWKS. It can go and find Giver just like Ranger Captain can. It doesn't specifically find a certain card, which Ranger Captain can. Also, Ranger Captain obviously being at 3/3 and having more text other than Vigilance is kind of nice too. But Bugler wears a sword really well and wears a Batterskull pretty well too. Although I guess if Ranger Captain had a Batterskull, then it would also have Vigilance. But yeah, I think it's close between those 2 cards for sure. Bugler's a little easier to cast, which is a big deal. And Ranger Captain being able to go get Walking Ballista, pretty cool. Getting Burnt and Forge Tender is pretty cool. So we're trying it like this, but I did try Bugler just yesterday, and it was good. It was pretty strong. Alright, so we didn't find the land, but that's alright. We're still in pretty decent shape here because our hand is pretty great. So Bugler is easy to find. Well, you can't find Displacer with Bugler, but Blinking Bugler is sweet. I do love Eldrazi Displacer. Oh, to cast, yeah. That makes sense. Huh. Just gonna cast the SQUAWKS, because if we cast Thalia, we wouldn't be able to Force a Virtue. And we can Vile in the Thalia after casting Force of Virtue on their turn. This way. So we're going to go to their upkeep. Ice Fang Koala. That's 3 snow permanents, huh? Alright, well, you got it. Ice Fang Koala not that good against SQUAWKS, turns out. Mana Leak. Alright. That's pretty good 2 for 1. But it wasn't really a 2 for 1 because we pitched a 1/4 of a card for Force of Virtue. So it was like a 1 1/4 for 1. I think I'm going to leave it on 2. Yeah. Oh, because if we Violent Thalia first, we can't cast Force of Virtue. Because Thalia makes Force of Virtue cost 1 more. Mateus. Otherwise, yeah, we definitely would have. And it would have been nice. Yeah. It is symmetrical, as much as it would be nice if it wasn't. But here we got a Batterskull and a Sophie. Bet they didn't expect this. Now I'm tempted to tip it up to 3 for Ranger Captain. The third SQUAWKS not that great here. Alright. Ice Fang Coatl not at its best here. I think I just want to go and get a 1-drop. Actually, which one do we want? Another Giver could be cool. A Walking Ballista could be sweet. I think Giver makes more sense. And we just want to cast Giver right now. Pass the turn. And barring a Damnation here, we're in really good shape. Ice Fang Koala. Remind me to grab some water after this game. If any of y'all are in there. She wheels. Welcome to the stream, team. Hydration is important, and I haven't drank any water for a while now. So I'm gonna have to run and grab some. Ooh, they're Grixis. Grixis Ice Fang? This is interesting. Liliana? Tassiger. Sure. Tassiger is fine. So Tassiger is good against Batterskull, but Tassiger is not great against Sword of Fire and Ice. That we're gonna equip on a birdie. And we drew a path because we're really good at this game. So if we equip the Ranger Captain, we could just bash with that and the Flyers. We can also give Ranger Captain protection from black and just bash real hard right here. That seems kind of good. I guess it's just like everything's great. You gonna start trading with my SQUAWKS? Cause I'm down. Hey, sweet. It'd be really difficult to lose this game. I don't know how it would happen. Well, if we put the sword on the hawk, yeah, that was just Stoneforge being good there, and also SQUAWKS and Force of Virtue being sweet. So this is the exact matchup where like Squad Hawk Force of Virtue is like pretty unbeatable, right? Like they're just a deck trying to get some value off their 1/1 flyers that have Death Touch, and we're just like, how about we draw 3 cards that all are good against your card that only drew you 1 card, and also pitch this Force of Virtue. Like they countered the Force of Virtue, but it didn't matter. The damage was done, right? We drew 3 cards. Squadron Hawk, pretty strong. So Mirran Crusader is fantastic in this matchup, I imagine. They're like some sort of 4-color snow deck. I think On Thin Ice is maybe good, but maybe just the 4 paths for the Tassiger, since we don't really need to do anything to the koalas. Rest in Peace is something to think about because it's good against Tassiger. I guess maybe 1. Since they're probably playing something else that interacts with their graveyard, like at least a Snapcaster or something. Walking Ballista seems good. We got 3 extra cards here. What do we want to cut? I guess Flicker Wisp is not at its best against the 1/1s. Yeah, I guess we trim 3 Flicker Wisps and just run this. Mirran Crusader much better than Flicker Wisp in this matchup. Hydrate. Oh yeah. Thanks, guys. We're back. Are we keeping? Sure. Taco Farmer. Go ahead. Ooh. Yeah, this hand looks pretty good. Second Stoneforge, not great. But not terrible. I mean, the third one's bad. And we could always pitch him to Force of Virtue at some point. Opponent just fully on that 5-color life. Land. Alright. Not that bad, actually. Better to be a giver there than some other card we can't cast. Ice Fang. So I think the first thing we're going to get is sort of Fire and Ice, since it's really good against their Ice Fang koalas. What's this? 3-mana spell. Jund colors. Kolagon's Command. That's a beating. That's what you can do when you're playing all the colors, though. Alright, so we're really going to need a land next turn. We're really going to need that one on top real quick. Kolagon's Command is a beating. Ugh. Ugh. We may have to path our own giver here to get that land. Taker of Runes? It's a good question. I don't know what Taker of Runes does. Like, target creature loses protection from color of your choice. Proliferate Walking Ballista is spicy, yeah. That could be interesting. You could also proliferate your vials, proliferate, what else? Whoa, hey now. Hey now. We could have kept it alive, but I think I'd rather path it anyway. Because we really need to hit that land. What's up, John? Was it John? Webster does work, not John at all. I don't know why I saw a J in there. Webster does work. Welcome to the stream where Stoneforge Mystic does work. So we could have just Force of Virtue there, which we're still gonna do because we're likely casting Thalia next turn. Ooh. Well, had I known we were going to draw Squad Hawk, I would have waited. Yeah, I think Thalia is still the play. Squad Hawk was still a fantastic draw, obviously. Soul Herders, yeah, that could be D's. They could have put Stone. I thought they thought they might. I thought I was way more likely that they put Stoneforge in MH1 than they unban it a month and a half after MH1. Maybe they were like, wait, so we could either put Stoneforge in Modern Horizons or we could put Hogak in Modern Horizons. And then they decided that the R&D decided to go with Hogak. And then they were like, you know what, we messed up. We should have just put Stoneforge in. You know what, we done goofed. We done Tarma goofed. Let's switch it back. Quick, let's switch it. S-word of Fire and Ice. Sort of Dungeons and Dragons. That'd be cool. Forget what that one does, but that was in one of those unsets, right? Oh, blown out. Blown out. Maybe just bring the beats here. The 2-3 beats. Nah, that doesn't make sense. Nah, that doesn't make sense. I'm not gonna attack into a Ice Fang there. They have 5 cards. They're very likely to have more Ice Fangs. Wish we would have hit a land there. That would have been cool. We have not been drawing a lot of lands this game. Let's see if we can fight through this Kolaghan's Command. Nice, Tarmo. Yeah, I'm not sure how much they are now. Equipped creature gets +2/+2, has protection from rogues and clerics. Nice. That's awesome. I like the design on that. But yeah, my initial reaction to the banning updates was that the format's going to shift more mid-range, especially right away. And then the other thing that would make sense is that Tron, Eldrazi Tron, and Urza probably become really powerful decks in the format because they were already really good and nothing got banned from them. So I assume that those three decks would be the top dogs, but obviously people are trying out all sorts of things. Yeah, you want to trade for a quarter of my card? I'll take that trade. Value Town. Boop. So these were all free cards that we just got because we cast another card. Bant Infect, yeah, that makes sense. What's up, Blue Bayou? Amulet is also really good, absolutely, fully agree. Collector, oof! Oof! They hit me with it. Why can't we draw lands? I kind of want to just attack with Mutavault, but I'm not going to. Just gonna start playing the Squad Hawks. I just want one more land so I can cast 2 spells a turn. Is that so much to ask? Is that so much to ask? We could have been greedy there and cracked the clue. Digging for a land in order to be able to double spell next turn. But if we didn't hit a land, then cracking that clue is pretty bad because we want to keep presenting threats here. Just never-ending threats with this deck. Hey, we got there. We got there. Didn't need to show the land right away. That was maybe wrong. Brain Geyser. Appreciate that follow. Another, oh, Snapcaster. Snap Kolagon's Command? It's not that good, I guess. Snap Bolt is more likely. No, they are going to snap Kolagon's Command. Getting back the Koala, I guess. Can't crack clue, that's absolutely right. Alphanitas, welcome to the stream, team. Oof turns off our clue. That is definitely an oof. So I assume they're killing Squad Hawk and getting back Ice Fang here. Yeah. I wish we could just flash in another Force of Virtue. How sick would that be? If we drew another Force of Virtue at some point, that would have worked. But I'm kind of happy that they're like using half a card to kill a Squad Hawk, friends. I think we're up on that exchange. I think we're up on that exchange. Get out there and get him, Squad Hawks. Get out there and squad up. Methuba, welcome to the stream, team. Appreciate that follow. Death and Cat Mix, how you doing? Yeah, the Miss is treating us very well today. The Squad Hawk list has been actually kind of fantastic. Not gonna lie. Squad Hawks has been doing work. 5-1 on the day with squads. Seems like a good place to be when a lot of other people are trying to jam these mid-range decks. Yes, look at this. Look at this. This is a fourth of a card trading for a full card from our opponent. Kingfisher 773. It's gotta be a happy day with you on the stream team. The Golden Fang comes out. The Golden Fang. And Snappy getting frisky. Snappy getting into the red zone. Oh, baby. Hoops. Oopsie. Fire it up. Fire it up. Mutavault is getting in there. Fire it up. Fire it up. 3-3 lands are pretty good. Fire it up. Fire it up. Bring those beatdowns with the team now. So they're going to 1. Thanks, Yavin. Really appreciate that. Otrocare, what's up? I guess they could have another Snap Bolt here. Are you dead? Assassin's Trophy. How many cards have we got out of our opponent's hand with Squawkcestral Recall? Are y'all paying attention right now? Squawkcestral Recall, friends. So many squawks. Not even close. Six and 1 with squawks and taxes. With squawks and mystics and taxes, oh my. R. Kessler, welcome to the stream team. So the deck list is actually a little different. I should probably update it. Oops, that's not what I wanted. What did I want? This one. Let me fix that while we're waiting for our next opponent here. Whoops. That doesn't need to be over there. Clear deck and start over. And we want Squawks. Alright, so now if you reload the page, it'll actually be the right deck list. I took out the 2 Stony Silences from the sideboard, added in a 3rd Revoker and a Pithing Needle, which I think are better because we play Ether Vial and Stoneforge and Walking Ballista, and it's just like Stony Silence is a little worse in our deck than previously it had been. This hand needs a little help, but Ether Vial is really good, and if we draw a Squad Hawk at any point or like a second Stoneforge, that's pretty strong. And like if they don't have any interaction for Stoneforge, we have like a pretty powerful thing we're doing by just like putting a Batter Skull into play on turn 3. So we're going to keep just based on, like, I don't know. Now we have powerful cards and we're playing Modern. Sweet. Like, normally this hand's a little weak, but Stoneforge gives us another powerful thing to do on turn 2. It's not a taxing thing to do, but it's just a powerful card. And having that definitely, to be a little redundant, it gives more power to our deck, which is pretty nice. Pretty nice. Top deck 3 lands. Yeah, hopefully we don't top deck 3 lands. Played this deck in the GP to 12-3, 28th place. Thalia Stompy, it's called. Spider Space definitely sent me the list. So if you're not familiar with Spider Space, he's a Twitch streamer as well. Also a Moto grinder that top 8s the challenge all the time with Thalia Stompy. Really good Magic player that kind of taught me all the things that I know about Thalia Stompy. He came on the stream a few times through the Discord chat, and also we just talked on Discord chat for like hours before the GP trying to figure out all our sideboarding decisions, and it really helped. We bounced a lot of ideas off each other. We've both been playing Taxes for years. If you're familiar with the Taxes Discord, there's a bunch of us that have been playing Taxes for years over there that all discuss different sideboard plans and stuff. So it's a really good place. If y'all want the link to that, I can send it your way. Elktown. Elktown. She wheels. Elktown. Elktown. Yeah, Spider Space is awesome. Spider Space is confirmed awesome. Yeah, I'll send it your way, y'all. Here we go. Here is the Discord link. Grizz 561. Welcome to the stream team. What's this about? Alright. Alright. I see you, Mage. Chris Picula. I actually don't know how to say his name. Link again, please. You got it. Boop. And they scoop. They scoop to the Stoneforge. Don't it just feel so good? Don't it just feel so good? It's like we actually get to play with powerful cards in our little white creature deck. It's just a whole new world. It's a brave new world. It's like Aladdin mixed with Aldous Huxley. It's kind of a weird situation. Somebody please write that fan fiction. Don't make me do it. What are we going to bring in here against humans? Definitely the On Thin Ices. Revoker's okay, but not great. The Thalias are all coming out. And I guess Mirror Crusader's kind of cool with a sword on it. What else is kind of weak here? I mean, Squad Hawks aren't at their best. But I don't think we can board out the Force of Virtue Squad Hawk combo. I guess we could trim a Force of Virtue for another Crusader. We could revoke their Noble Hierarchs, which is reasonable. We could also revoke their vial if we don't have a vial, which is kind of good. Maybe we'll trim one force for a Evoker. Let's try that. Elktown. So Spider Space was at, I don't know if he'd be embarrassed by this. I don't think he would. It's just funny. But Spider Space was playing in the Modern event at GP Vegas, and She Wheels and I were chatting up Spider Space about the Modern event, the Modern Horizon Sealed event, and Spider Space was crushing people with his no removal Modern Horizon Sealed deck that had multiple elks in it. If you're familiar with Modern Horizons, it has a few like uncommon and common elks, and he smashed his opponent with some elks and was retelling the story and says, yeah, we just got in there with a bunch of elks, just took him down to Elktown. He's like, Elktown. He like goes like this, and it was awesome. And yeah, he's hilarious. Do they still run static casters? They sometimes do. Static caster would be kind of a beating. Revoker could name static caster if they don't have a vial or a hierarch in play. Probably be a decent name. I doubt they do, because I think Deputy of D is like more popular than static caster these days, because it also gets rid of all the tokens. But who knows? Turn 2 Reflector Mage is kind of a beating. Hopefully we draw a white source so we can play 2 givers next turn. That's not a giver, but that's a friend. That's a good old pal. Shout out to Spider Space cashing the Modern Horizon Sealed GP with 0 buys. The dude is pretty good at this game. Yeah, we got to get Spider Space some buys for sure. He was really close to a buy not that long ago, like before this season started. And he did just play in 2 GPs in 1 weekend, so that's a lot of points. Are you going to copy Stoneforge and go get your own Batter Skull? Are you going to do it? Ah, they found the line. They found the line. Hopefully a white source. We really need a white source here. Bistakina. Welcome to the stream, team. Sorry if I murdered your name there. Oh yeah, we can't cast Stoneforge. That's right. I think we just want a double Giver. Giver's so good if we untap with 2 of them. Is that a Spider Space? Spider Space in the chat, everybody. Please send the guy a follow on Twitch. Spider Space, please stream some more so we can watch what you end up doing with Stoneforge Mystic. Opponent naming Stoneforge with Meddling Mage. Pretty good idea, I think. Now we have the 2 givers untapped. Now we're feeling pretty good. I think what we're going to do here is play the 3rd giver. Giver is so good against these creature decks. I can't really stress this enough. Like, cool, you got some stuff. You can never attack me. And then, I mean, our opponent's second Reflector Mage was a Phantasmal Image, which means we can just kill it by wisping it. So that was the plan there. Next turn we could just hard cast Batterskull, which seems pretty good. You may stream today. Well, let me know if you're streaming. I will absolutely host you. And we'll get that going. Our opponent with a pretty good play here. It's a lot of big dudes. Not that they're ever getting in with all these givers, but they can have a lot of big dudes here. Worst possible. Worst possible draw there was a second Squad Hawk, unfortunately, but I kind of think just slam Batterskull is pretty good. Then they can just literally never attack. And we can just beat down with the Wisp. The only way we get punished here is they could have Mantis Rider, but then we have Squad Hawks to block the Mantis Rider going forward. So things are looking pretty good. When am I gonna hop off? Probably gonna go till get some humans. You want some of this stepmom action over here? Woo. Oh wow, we're 6-0-3-0 right now in this league. Seems good. Seems good. We could equip the Batterskull to the Wisp. That's actually pretty sick. Yeah, 3 Giver runes though. Like, humans can't do much about that. That's just, it's just kind of game over. It's too many Givers of runes. You know, I'm gonna run downstairs and grab a little snack while this is loading up, but the deck list is crushing right now. We're 3-0-6-0, 7-1 on the day. Only lost to a Burn Nut draw in game 3. They killed us on turn 3 before we were even able to like do anything of consequence. I'll be right back. Oh, we missed it. We missed it. Sorry, y'all. I ran so far. Ran so far away. Three 0-6-0. Little snag action. Won the die roll. It's too easy. This hand doesn't really do anything. So we're gonna mulligan, even though it does have a turn 1 vial. And if we found a Squad Hawk next turn, then this hand's great, but we don't know what's on top of our deck, and this hand doesn't do anything. Alright, this is much better. We're going to keep this, and this is one of the best parts about playing the Stoneforge Mystic package in your deck that I didn't really think of right away, but as soon as this happened yesterday, I was like, oh, this is great. So like, Batterskull is already kind of a Malta 6 anyway, so we just keep this, bottom the Batterskull, it's in our deck, we can go search it up with Stoneforge later if that's the one we want. So it's pretty great. London Mulligan really works well with Stoneforge. Yeah, Spider subbed. Yeah, I sung you a song, Spider Space. You're gonna have to find it. I think I said some really nice things about you. Opponent on Serum Visions through a Shivan Reef. This is problematic because our opponent is playing... Oh, worst possible again. Our opponent is playing Storm. So we're going to get Sophie, I think. Because we need to be able to kill their bears, but not having a Thalia or any other way to interact with their mana base here or anything like that, it's going to be a pretty big problem. Just going to get in there with Giver because we need to beat down. We also really want to draw like a Force of Virtue so we can beat down faster. Here comes a cost reducer bear. So if we can't kill that this turn... Ooh, big time. Alright, we drew pretty big time there. Alright, we're okay. Not necessarily okay, but we're like mostly okay. And then if we draw a land next turn, we get to equip and kill the Electromancer, so we're in pretty good shape now. We just need to draw a land next turn, be able to pop off the Electromancer. Oh, they got a second one. But no lands. Alright, just land off the top. Please deck one time. Yeah! Oh, we're so good at this game. We're just so good at this. Just drawing lands when we need them. Oops, did Thalia just get really big and really hard to beat? I think she did. Oops, I killed your dude. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. Oh! We're doing it. We're doing it. I mean, they could still have us here, but it's unlikely through Thalia. And Thalia is like uninteractable with the Giver and... Ooh, another Goblin Electromancer. I know where that guy's going though. They're at 10. Can we just kill them? Oh, they're gonna bash. Alright. Might as well get the beats in. Yeah, it doesn't disrupt that much for sure, but we still have Thalia, and in the sideboard we got a lot of disruption as well. Let's just bring the beats first. And we obviously were really lucky to draw that Thalia right there. So if this is 5, 6, 7, nah. Definitely killing the Goblin again. Aw, come on, deck. So we didn't actually get any free cards there, which is annoying, but whatever. So they have this turn to figure it out. I don't think they could possibly do it. I mean, another Electromancer and then try and go off might work, like a Baral here. Peer through depths. For 2 mana, leaving them with 1 mana. I don't think they can win from here. But I've been wrong before. Miss lethal? Did I? Would have been 5, 6, 7. Yeah, if they didn't block, it was lethal, I guess, yeah. But they would have had to have blocked. Should we just not show them the... I want to show them. I'm just going to show him the Force of Virtue. Just going to show it to him. Just all the value. Alright, so Damping Sphere is very good. Rest in Peace is pretty good. And Burnt and Forge Tender is pretty good. The Stoneforge package is decent, but SQUAWKS Force of Virtue package isn't that good in this matchup. It's definitely not the matchup where we want it. Revoker doesn't do a whole lot. I guess On Thin Ice is probably better than... because we definitely want to kill their dudes. So, yeah, 6 removal spells for their dudes. Yeah, I like this. The Force of Virtue SQUAWKS package is fun, but not great against Storm. So we're going to run it like this. It's worth it to remember that Stoneforge Mystic and Batterskull, as good as that is against Storm and in Legacy, it's still good because they have to play the, like, can they win through the Batterskull game with their goblins a lot of the time. Hey, Odysseus, how's it going? 2 Thalias of Forge Tender, we're definitely keeping this. And we're actually going to lead on, I guess Giver's just the same as Forge Tender here. Well, Forge Tender's maybe better. Forge Tender's maybe better. Because they could bolt the Giver and then have another bolt for the Thalia. So I guess we'll lead with Forge Tender. They can't bolt Forge Tender. I think we just want to Path and Giver here. The question is, do we want to Path on their upkeep? Probably not. I think we just have to Path now. They could technically go off with 2 lands. The problem with that play is they could just play another bear and just win. Whereas Thalia, I mean, Thalia is still bad against second bear win. So I guess I'd rather... Oops, I should have attacked with Forge Tender there. That was a bit of a punt. 3 Mind Sensors. Yeah, I tried Mind Sensor. I didn't like it. Didn't like the Mind Sensor package. It made sense in theory, but then in practice, the 3-mana 2/1 body was just pretty bad. Like, the effect was decent, but they still found their thing some of the time, and the 3-mana 2/1 flyer body was just... It was pretty inefficient, and pretty bad card as far as I could tell from minimal testing, but like 10, 12 matches, something like that. 10 or 15 matches, I guess. It was either 2 or 3 leagues. Think we can run more canopies? Potentially. I'm on 3 right now because burn is definitely a thing. Burn is definitely a thing, and having Batterskull is cool, but a lot of the time they're just going to burn your Mystic, and if you have an opener with just like 2 canopy lands, you're just dead against burn, right? I played against burn a lot in the past couple days. They're probably going to Gifts in response here. There's the gifts and response. Oh, I guess. Yeah. That's true. That is true. Stoneforge is good against burn. Just getting Batterskull. But they also play Smash out of the sideboard. Smash to Smithereens, which is really good against Batterskull. Opponent's taking their time on this search. Yeah, what's your list right now, Spider? How about you, Fanny Pack? Anybody want to post some lists? We can take a look. So they're going for Repeal, Wipe Away, Baral, Past in Flames. So I don't want to give them Baral. This thing has split second, so they're going to put Thalia back in our hand next turn. That's pretty bad. I don't want to give them Wipe Away. So I think I just give them Past in Flames and put Baral Wipe Away in the graveyard. That makes sense to me. Black White Eldrazi, cool. 4GQ for Field of Ruins. Yeah, with the Aven Mind Sensor. Aven Mind Sensor was too many mana for me. For the body and for the effect. I thought it just was too inefficient. Honestly. She was like okay, but not quite there. That was a decent draw. Atomic's got a list here. Let's look at Atomic's list first. Stoneblade Taxes. We got 3 Blade Splicers, 3 Militia Bugler, 3 Displacer, Winds of Abandon, 4 Path, Sophie and Batterskull, 23 lands. I'm not hating it. I like Ranger a little bit better if you're going to play main deck Ballista. But it's close. It's close. Don't hate it. You just need some more cards in your sideboard for combo, and it seems like it'll do pretty well. And Bugler was good. I don't know if it's just better or just worse than... Alright, so they're going to bounce the Giver, obviously. So that they can maybe bounce the Thalia this turn. Your spells cost a lot right now. Wonder if we want to play Stoneforge to try and beat down some more, or even Flicker Wisp to beat down a little harder. Flicker Wisp might be correct here, since they're very unlikely to go off next turn through a Thalia and a Damping Sphere. But if they bounce Thalia end step and kill Damping Sphere somehow, then I guess they could go off. Yeah, I think we just press the advantage here and we play the Flicker Wisp, give them the... Just put the fastest clock out there. Since we're insulated from Anger of the Gods and Pyroclasm with the Forge Tender, I think just putting a fast clock and killing them in 2 turns is where we want to be. Gifts, sure. So we know they have Past in Flames, 4 unknown cards. They're gonna... Alright, so we're gonna put the Abrade and the Grape Shot in their graveyard. And they can have the 2 rituals. I don't much care about the rituals with the D-Sphere and the Thalia in play. Nice try though, opponent. Nice try. Seven dorks. Yeah, the dorks can help to just like cast a sword and equip on a dork, which is pretty sweet. Maverick might actually be a really good place to mess around. I'm gonna check out who else's list we got. We got Mean Fanny Pack sending in a list. Gonna check that out. Oh yeah, I saw this one. This one's sweet. No Thalia is weird for me, but you're going bigger. You're kind of just like a Black-White Eldrazi list with Stoneforge, which I like. Oops. Opponent has to discard. They discard Gifts Ungiven. So what would be our best draw here if we did crack Canopy? Yeah, I don't really know. So I'd rather just cast our 2 things that are pretty good on their own. But yeah, 4 Fulminators makes sense to be able to deal with Tron. Mean Fanny Pack, I like that list. Yeah, Dead Guy Ale for sure. Let's grab Sophie. Echoing Truth, Thalia. Yeah, that works. So if they have a Mana Bear here, they do. Alright, they might be able to win. It's still going to be hard with the Damping Sphere though, unless they have a way to kill the Damping Sphere. Forwarded. Yeah, Stoney's pretty good against Urza. Oh. They're casting Manamorphose. You got it. I'm just going to F6 here. Can you kill me? I don't think they can. I think Damping Sphere is too good. I think they needed to find yeah. Get some Storm. Is that 4080 I see there on that board? I mean, I'm no mathematician, but maybe I'm a bit of a math magician. Let's go. Let's go. Can we get that 5-0-10-0? Can we do it? I mean, we've gotten a little bit lucky this league for sure, but the deck seems like the power level is there and the disruption is there with Thalias in the main deck, and then in the sideboard getting Revokers and Damping Spheres. Seems like it's there. I mean, we beat Tron 2-0, but they were on kind of a weird hand in game 2, I think. Game 1, we just like ground them out with a Batter Skull. It was pretty crazy. Even though we didn't have any interaction for their Tron, them having Tron really early. Sure, we'll keep this on the draw. Black Phillip, welcome to the stream, team. 4 Force has been good, yeah. It has. You're going to see it do some work this game, too. Oh, we're going Prowess over here. Horizon Canopy, kind of awkward here. Oh, Squad Hawk. Squad up. Squad up. So we have a choice of whether or not we want to force a Virtue. Obviously, if they try to like Lava Dart kill our Giver runes, we're definitely going to force a Virtue. But we'll see if they try anything here. Crashing through. Oh, they're doing it. Oh no. They're going for it. Ooh. Got him. Good shot. In response, they had all the spells. Didn't get him. Alright, alright. I guess we'll take 5 here. 6. Alright, fair enough, opponent. Opponent had everything. That's alright, though. We still got him to use a gut shot by pitching an extra Thalia. Ew. Sunbaked. Ooh. That's painful. That is really painful, these lands that we've drawn. But I feel like Thalia in the face of one mountain is going to be pretty decent. Second Squad Hawk, come on now. Come on now. I think we just go get Batterskull, huh? We need to gain some life. We're going to 9 right now. It needs to be Batterskull time. And we're definitely not attacking. Third land. Too good. Nothing? Oh, they're bashing. Interesting, interesting. Thalia is definitely going to block. I don't think Stoneforge is. I think we just block with Thalia here. I think. Like, we can't be dead. If they bolt Stoneforge, their Soulscar still dies. Burst lightning targeting Thalia. Okay. That's fine. Hey. Do we go to 6? Yeah, I think Giver in play is pretty good. It's 2-3. I think it's worth going to 6. We have to go to 5 to Batterskull, but Batterskull is going to block pretty well here. Bedlam Reveler, you got it. It's pretty good. They had one of their best possible hands. But we've got Batterskull. Double bolt to the face. Yeah, I mean, they could have had double bolt, I guess. But Giver plus Batterskull, that's a 5-5. It's just kind of ridiculous. Like, it's going to be hard to lose this game, actually. And this was probably their best possible. Like, they had everything, right? I'm gonna kill the Reveler, I think. Well, actually, Reveler doesn't matter that much. Maybe we just kill the other two. Yeah, killing 2 things is better than 1. Seems good. Let's give it pro red. Let's make them all dead. Gain that 10 life. I think we go to 8 and play both Squad Hawks. I think 8's pretty safe. Value. Value. T cool. Welcome to the stream team. Yeah, for sure. 5/5 protection from Lava Spike me. Uh-oh. Are we dead? We could be dead if this is a bolt and a lava dart. Oh no. Really? That is so lucky. Oh, they don't have it. Alright. Whew. Whew. That was close. I think we fire up the vault. Do we go to 1? I mean, they could have gut shot, so I don't think we go to 1. I think we fire up one of the vaults. Oh baby. Go ahead. Batterskull, friends. Batterskull. Whoo. And that was their good hand. They had the lava dart, they had the gut shot, they had the Bedlam Reveler, they had 2 other prowess guys. They had the crash through. They had double Manamorphos. Like, they had the stuff. That was their good hand. So that feels pretty good. Forge Tender obviously really good. On Thin Ice really good. Damping Sphere, medium. I don't know if we want Damping Sphere. Probably not. Rest in Peace is pretty good. Maybe 2 of them? Maybe 3. Stops lavas, but it doesn't stop Faithless Looting anymore, so I guess just 2 is probably fine. And then we're probably going to cut... Thraben Inspector is not that great, although I don't know, it blocks their guys. Sword of Iron Eyes and Batterskull and Stoneforge are very good. Force of Virtue is medium, but kind of cool. Flicker Wisp is bad. I guess we can cut those. Yeah, Flicker Wisp pretty bad, and I guess we could just trim on Force of Virtue. That seems fine. Yeah, Batterskull still crushes mono red. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? So I don't want to jinx it. I don't want to jinx it. I shouldn't say anything, but we're 4-0-9-0 in games right now. Shouldn't have said it out loud. I don't know. And we're starting off with a Forge Tender, friends. We're starting off with best possible. Nick Givey, welcome to the stream, team. Appreciate you. I feel like you're from the Discord and you were playing some Thalia Stompy recently. Love it. So we could just play Burnt and Forge Tender here and not even care about these vials because they probably brought in some artifact hate. And this is going to stop a lot of damage if they don't have Crash Through next turn. Another thing that stops a lot of damage is if we just path the Monastery Swiftspear on their turn. On like their upkeep. I don't really want to turn on their artifact hate. This is a pretty interesting decision. I think because next turn we can Vial plus Path. I think I just play Forge Tender here. Yeah, Fanny Pack, you're on the same plan. Yeah, if they have Crash Through, they can still have a pretty nutty turn too. But if they don't, we're gonna be able to absorb most of this. Spike resolves. Spike resolves. No Crash Through. Alright, we avoided the Crash Through. Alright, opponent is tanking on end step here. They only have 2 cards left in hand. That's pretty good for us. I wonder if we even want a Vial and turn on their like Smash the Smithereens or whatever. Gonna play a Vial because it just doesn't really make a ton of sense not to. Going to just pass. Don't want to attack with the Forge Tender. That 1 damage is not worth anything here, really. Abrade the Vial, yeah. Alright. That's fine. Not gonna path. They're on one card. Is it a gut shot? They're gonna gut shot Thalia. Alright, Thalia down. I'm feeling good, I'm feeling good. Opponent's out of cards. I mean, they're just top decking now. We just need to turn the corner and start beating down. Unfortunate that we don't have a second white source. We're just going to attack. We need to start beating down. We have a path that we want to use now. They're likely to show off their lightning bolt, yep. So if our opponent draws Bedlam Reveler, it's really good for them. If they don't draw exactly Bedlam Reveler for the next few turns, we're in really, really good shape. Soulscar Mage does not have haste. We have another path for that. Batterskull. Awkward, but fine. If we draw another land next turn, obviously we're going to Batterskull. We're going to try to close it out before they draw Bedlam Revelers, so we're not going to hold up path here. We're just going to leave back the Forge Tender. Mutavault doing work this league. Finally going to be able to play Ranger Captain. Ooh, and we draw Stoneforge. Awkward, but cool. Again, we're just going to pat the Soulscar if they try and bolt us or something. Could path it now. I guess I'd rather play Stoneforge though. No, they don't have anything. It's probably just a land. And we're going to grab Sword of Fire and Ice. And can you feel the 5-0-10-0 right now? Is anybody else feeling that like kind of high vibration happening right now? Five, oh, 10, oh. As Spider Space would say, L-Town! L-Town! Woo! Woo! Hey! That was sweet. Look at that beautiful, beautiful league. That is a beautiful league right there. Gonna have to snip that one. Gonna have to give that one a little snip. Hoo-wee. Hoo, buddy. Just couldn't lose. 9-1 on the day. I think this deck's for real, friends. I think this deck's for real. Thank you, y'all. Finally found a good version of Stoneforge. So let's close that for a sec. Look at all these fun new things we got. We're gonna have to open a chest. No pithing. Let's open this chest real quick for the... Oh, yeah, I want to open one of those. What's up, Pablo Emilio Gaviria? Appreciate you. Silence and 20 play points. Let's open another one for those of you out there that haven't seen anything fun opened yet. We got Ho Merzik. Merzik with the subscription. Oh, that was Atheris with more gifted subs. Oh my gosh. Atheris, thank you. Merzik, you're quick enough to be subscribed to the newest Stoneforge channel around. Alright, Stoneforge all day, every day, huh? What? 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 Army of Thalia, welcome to the stream team. 5-0-10-0. Let's just take a look real quick. I don't remember what the matchups were. I think we just got to look at the matchups. Let's just allow me some indulgence to look at our matchups and see. Did we just get really lucky here? Was the deck just insane? Tron. We beat Tron game one. This was our opener. How did we win this game? Spoiler alert, they had turn 3 Tron here too. We won this game. I don't even have to show you the rest of it because we won. Doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense. Look at this board state right now. We won this game. What? Alright, anyway, so we won that game. Beat Tron 2-0. Taco Farmer was on like a 4-color control deck that never had a chance against SQUAWKS Recall. Taco Farmer cast Collective Brutality on a Squadron Hawk. Cast Assassin's Trophy on another Squadron Hawk. Cast Kolagon's Command, killing another Squadron Hawk. It was just so much value from one SQUAWKS Recall. Just got like 3 or 4 removal spells out of our opponent's hand. Darracoon, I don't remember what they were playing. I think it might have been Burn. Oh no, it's humans. So yeah, they just scooped to Batterskull on like turn 3, turn 2. They just scooped to Batterskull. It was cool. And then in game 2 against humans, we had 3 givers in play, and they could just never win. Also, Batterskull did some work. Succulent. I don't remember what Succulent was playing either. How do I not remember this? Let's see. Oops, I just hit yes. Alright, so our hand was good this game. Our opponent was on Storm, that's right. Our hand was good, but bad against Storm, and then we happened to top deck a Thalia on turn 3. And the 4th land on turn 4. Which allowed us to Sword of Fire and Ice, killing their Goblin Electromancers every turn, and obviously Sword of Fire and Ice, bashing into a Storm deck of blue and red. And killing a bunch of Goblin Electromancers, won us that game. And then game 2, we got there with a Damping Sphere and a Thalia, and a Giver and a Burnt and Forge Tender. I'm thinking maybe going forward we should play an extra Burnt and Forge Tender in the sideboard. There's a lot of red decks in the format right now, it seems like. And then we beat Mono Red Prowess in the finals. So I'm just going to write that stuff down before I forget. Let me just write this. It was Tron... 4-color snow humans why do I not remember again? Succulent was on Storm. Prowess. Alright, I'm just gonna write that into the chat so I remember it. And let's just check out the deck again. 5-0, 10-0. I don't even know if I've ever 5-0, 10-0'd with anything. That's pretty sweet. Let's take a picture of this list. Save that. Cool. And what are we going to change here? So I kind of want to fit another Forge Tender in. Can we afford to drop a Rest in Peace right now? Maybe drop a Revoker or drop the Pithing Needle. I could see maybe dropping Needle for a second Revoker. Or I mean a second Forge Tender. I kind of like that. I think that's what we're going to do going forward. That was the only real difference. We happen to draw our Forge Tender a lot against our red opponents, but yeah. Let's just run it back. What do you say? Ranger seems whack. Ranger's sweet. Ranger was really good that league. You can even go get a Walking Ballista, which we did to win a game. We rangered for Walking Ballista against Tron, actually, in game 2, I think. Or no, it wasn't Tron. I don't remember what it was against, but it was sweet. I think it was against the 4-color control deck. We rangered for Ballista and then put a Ballista on 2, and then they had no outs. They were just dead. It was sweet. I don't think you're going to drop Cat Jesus forever, but this deck seems like a real deal. A real deal. Maybe not the real deal, but a real deal for sure. We're on the draw with turn 2 Stoneforge, Force of Virtue, Double Path. I guess this is a keep. It's good against a creature deck. It might not be that great against anybody who doesn't care about Path to Exile, but we can pitch the paths to the forces. It is Tron, so this hand sucks against Tron. Our deck is worse against Tron because we boarded out, or we took out a Pithing Needle. So this could be bad, friends. This could be bad. We could be in for it here. Opponent just not doing anything. Zeridius, hey. Zeridius, you're fastidious. Use of the subscription was amazing. Oh, welcome to the sub team. Yeah. Do we want to Force a Virtue right now? I guess not. No real reason to do it. Ooh, Field of Ruin. I guess we already had one. Naughty boy, what's up? It is a legacy deck. We just ported it over. Yeah, it's gotta be Batterskull. It's gotta be Batterskull. We're probably gonna force pitching Force. Hopefully they have just like 2 Worm Coils and no other payoffs here. That would be ideal. Show me the Worm Coil. Oh, Walking Ballista. That's pretty good. Who's gonna be a big fan of what's just about to happen? Who's gonna be a big fan of this? Just use up the Ballista. Oh my god. You ever seen a 3/4 Stoneforge Mystic before? Nice Ballista, friend. Nice try. It's a good effort. We're going to draw step him. What was the last one they played? What did you play first? Played at Urza's Tower, you played at Power Plant. Alright, so we're going to go for the Power Plant. Ooh, don't it just feel so good? Wow, that felt so good. The double force to counter the ballista. This deck on paper has no game against Tron in game 1, but we're just ruining people. What? What? Alright, O-Stone's annoying. You're gonna kill all our Force of Virtues. That's pretty annoying. Stop it, O-Stone. Stop it. We're just going to bash with Stoneforge because we're not going to put Batterskull in just to get O-Stoned. That doesn't seem great. We are going to cast Squadron Hawk. This 3/3 Squad Hawk. Squawkcestral Recall. It's affectionately known on this here stream. SFM has felt pretty awkward at times, but I think in this build, SFM's pretty great. So they don't have 5th land. Oh, they have 5th land. Alright. Alright. Alright, O-Stone. I see you. Ikun, welcome to the stream team. Yeah, it's a way better late game engine than we've had access to, absolutely. Sucks that they're about to kill our Forces of Virtue. It's really hard for any deck to like remove Force of Virtue once it's in play. But they're gonna do it a pretty good job of it here. We could just slam Batterskull, but I think playing 2 Hawks is probably better. Well, Batterskull's a faster clock. Yeah, you know what? Just slam Batterskull. Just slam it. Just smash that Batterskull button. So they could go land Wormcoil, that'd be bad. We pitch 2 paths, so we don't have that many ways to interact with that. We could put Batterskull on a Squad Hawk, and that could be good. Path, 1 time. Mutavault, not great. Let's crack that. Walkie B. Alright. I mean, we can triple block it. I don't want to, but it's an option. Squadless looting. Yeah, it's kind of that. Ancient Staring gets a power plant, and now they have Ulamog. That'd be pretty good here. Well, we fought hard, but Tron just had too many things. Too many things. We fought through the first 3 big payoffs that they had, but the fourth one was too much. That was, I don't know, usually Tron doesn't have that many. So that was a little bit unlikely, I guess, but yeah. The Stoneforge Mystic package, not great in this matchup, so we're just going to trim it. And I guess Mirror Crusader, it's like pretty good against Thragtusk. Probably better than On Thin Ice or any of our other cards, so yeah. Oh wait, I took out the wrong thing. I took out the SQUAWKS instead of the Stoneforges. Whoops, let's not do that. Yeah, we fought hard. This is the second or third time I'm playing against Tron. We beat it 2-0 last time in that 5-0, 10-0 league. 5-0, 10-0. This was our first game loss in a long time. And it was close. Like, they just happen to have 4 payoffs in their hand, which is, they don't always. Yeah, Mind Sensor is just kind of bad, though. I tried it, Paul. I tried it yesterday. And Mind Sensor, just like 3 mana for a 2-1 flyer, even if it has flash and sometimes does stuff, they were still getting their basic off the top a lot, and the effect wasn't as good, like anywhere near as good as Arbiter usually is. And then the 3 mana for a 2-1 body was just like, yeah, it just was a really weak card. It had its moments where it was good, but it was like mostly just really weak, and they could still do their thing, you know. It wasn't even like really preventing them from like even fetching. Like my opponents were fetching and finding basics, and like I was pathing them and they were finding stuff, and I was just like, jeez. But yeah, I'm pretty low on even Mind Sensor right now after what happened yesterday. It just felt like it just isn't modern playable. I was playing 4, and it just felt really bad. I wanted it to be good. I wanted it to replace Arbiter, but 3 mana is so much more than 2. It's like kind of crazy how exponential 2 to 3 gets for hate effects. I mean, online the Stoneforges aren't that bad, and they're gonna dip. They're gonna dip in price for sure. Opponent on Urza's Mine Forest. This is good for us. I don't want to show them the field. Just gonna untap a Plains here. And bring the beats with Flicker. Yeah, Scott, that's true. The Amulet player was just like getting stuff with their prime time. It was like, I don't know. And even like, I don't know if they Summoners packed it, but it just didn't do enough. Sylvan's crying. No, Walking Ballista. Ooh. That's annoying. That's really annoying. Kind of want to just cast Revoker here, but they're obviously going to kill something in response, so I'm not going to do that. They're probably killing Thalia, I would assume. Or blocking Thalia and killing Wisp. Just to give themselves more time. Yeah, that makes more sense. Oh no, they're just going to kill Thalia. Alright. We have another one of those. We're just going to do this on our turn so that we can still cast Thalia. Normally you want to do it on their draw step because they could have found more basics. But I'd rather do it right now so that we can still cast our Thalia. You could try Arbiter and Stoneforge. I don't think it's crazy. I think it's worth a shot. We don't have a fast clock here, but we did just SQUAWKS Ancestral Recall, so that means we have a lot more cards we could get. Why is this so small? There we go. And we thinned out our deck a little bit. We're not going to draw any more Squad Hawks, which is nice. And they missed their land drop, and we can just Revoker if they play O-Stone here. So they're in for it for sure. Power plant, got it. Although I guess they could find a tower next turn and just start doing some real stuff. And this Vial's only on 1, so we can't Vial in the Revoker just yet. Kind of want to put Walking Ballista on 2 and just pass. Or we could preemptively name Ugin with Revoker. I don't love that though. I'd rather have the Revoker coming in off the Vial next turn. The problem here is O-Stone. Yeah, I guess maybe we should have named O-Stone. O-Stone or Ugin. E-Map, you got it. Crack your E-Map. You got it. You got 3 mana you can't do anything with. Cool. They're at 10. Can we kill them? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We can do 9. We barely can't kill them. Oof. If we had a Mutavault, they were dead. Is there any other way we can draw something that kills them right now? Yeah, we can't kill them right now. Six, 7, 8, 9, yeah. Damn. So close, so close. But they should be dead next turn, because unless they have multiple things that we need to revoke, which is unlikely, Revoker's gonna do the job here. Alright. That doesn't change anything. You can have that. They're still playing for some reason. I don't really understand it, but I guess they could Nature's Claim. Oh. Yeah, they could have claimed their Worm Coil potentially. So we're on the draw here for game 3. I'm gonna run and use the bathroom real quick, but I'll be right back. Alright, we're back. Yeah. So we're going into game 3 here against Tron. Stoneforge package is out. I don't think we want to do anything different. I think we might as well just leave it like this. I apologize for the fan noise in the background. I tried to suppress the noise a bit with the with a filter, but I just need the fan on. It's like 90 degrees out. Yeah, let's just run it back. Cool, yeah, I'll definitely check out that list on the Discord, Spider. Alright, we got a Damping Sphere, we got a Revoker. I'm feeling good about this. Ranger is not that great in this matchup either, but it can go get Ballista to like finish off a Planeswalker or something. They kept 7, which is pretty scary. Yeah, I was trying 4 Revokers yesterday in the main, and they were good. They were for sure good. So if we play the Damping Sphere, and they just Nature's Claim it right now, and then untap and Karn us, we're probably dead. But that's the way it goes with Tron. Ooh, Blast Zone. We can't name Blast Zone with Revoker, unfortunately. We need like Field of Ruin. No, not Mutavault. I guess we could sack Ranger Captain on their turn at some point. That seems kind of good. We could blink Ranger Captain later and just draw some cards. Yeah, just drawing cards here seems pretty good. Let's grab, I guess, Giver. We'll probably just pitch it to Force. Ranger Captain works pretty well with Force of Virtue because it's like another Squad Hawk type card where we just like get stuff. There's the tower. We need a Field of Ruin right now. That's not it. Oy. I should have played the land there. I just kind of misclicked through this phase, which is pretty bad. Should have definitely played the land. That's going to be a big problem. That was a big punt. Undine, yeah. Just punted though and missed my land drop. Yeah, 9-1. We had a 5-0, 10-0, and that didn't lose any games last league. We're in game 3 here against Tron though, and I made a pretty big misplay. Just didn't click on the land before hitting to the end step. That was pretty bad. I guess we'll get a Thraben Inspector. Hopefully they don't have anything like O-Stone here. It is Ugin. No, it's a Ballista for 4. Okay. That's fine, actually. Are they going to kill both things in response to the Force? Because we're definitely casting Force. I guess pitching Inspector. I don't imagine we'll have enough time. They're definitely going to pop Flicker Wisp. Are they also going to pop Captain, though? They are. Okay. I'm fine with this trade, I guess. It's not great, but it's okay. They 2-for-1 us with 9 mana, which kind of makes sense. Alright, not having that other land in play is a huge issue. So, do we just name something in the dark with Revoker? We have another Revoker. They have 4 cards in hand. Could just name Karn. I mean, they play more Karns than anything else. We have a path for Wormcoil. O-Stone would be a beating. Could just name O-Stone. They play a bunch of O-Stones, right? It's either O-Stone or Karn, probably. Karn isn't as bad. So I guess we name O-Stone. But I feel like maybe they would have played O-Stone last turn if they had it. I'm gonna name Oblivion Stone. Yeah, we could have untapped and forced in response to the Ballista, but in response to the Ballista on the stack, yeah, you know, you're absolutely right. Should have done that. Absolutely. It might be 3, but drawing the Stoneforges has been good. Can always pitch them to Force if we already have the 2 equipment. So they're not terrible when we're already pitching stuff to Force. They found a Forest to play a Thragtusk? Yeah. Alright. Thragtusk is a dude. They might have an O-Stone. How sweet is this? Just bashing with things into Thragtusk. 3/3 Mutavaults are really sweet, let me tell you. It feels good. No, but it should have been in response to their to their ballista on their turn. We waited. Oh, destroying Giver. Alright, I guess we might want to path the beast. 5 mana? Another Thragtusk? That sucks. Ew. That's just kind of gross. Alright, this is really bad. That's too many Thragtusks. So yeah, we're gonna kill Ugin there, and then I guess just put this one on O-Stone also. We didn't have to do this. We could have just passed and had Mutavault, but they're at 21. So I want to put a little more pressure on them, and they obviously wanted to get rid of the one with O-Stone. So I think they have an O-Stone. Ugh. That works. That was always gonna kill that, so I guess that's okay. They do have an O-Stone. We were right, but didn't much matter there. Let's draw something good, like a Stoneforge is not in our deck anymore. Dahlia is fine. I hope they crack the O-Stone thinking it kills Mutavault. That'd be cool. See if they crack it in the face of Giver. They are, okay. I wonder if they would have cracked it if they thought that Mutavault would have died. I wonder. Yeah, I can't pitch Vial to Force, unfortunately. Unless you have Painter's Servant. Getting Thalia into play, actually probably shouldn't have played the Vial. I think we were just supposed to attack with Mutavault and play Thalia. Yeah, I kind of regret that decision here. Cause we're at a race, we're racing now. We're racing to see if they can get to anything that does anything, and if we can get, that's annoying. Well, yeah, I shouldn't have played the Vial. Should have got in for 3. That was incorrect. Or got in for 2, that is. So we want, like, Squad Hawk would be sweet. Squad Hawk would be super sweet. Mutavault has been putting in work, yeah. But if they find anything, they find 2 things, and we're super dead. So we need them not to find Ancient Stirrings or anything. Ooh, yeah, that's good, but that doesn't help that much. They have 9 mana outside of the tower. We're gonna use it, but it's not that good. We're gonna use it on their draw step, so that they've already drawn their card. We're not sending their deck this turn. It also might be better just to hit this Sanctum, honestly. Because actually, no, they could draw Ulamog, and then they can't cast it. Right now they have 10. I guess actually hitting Sanctum's better. That's weird, but I think it actually is. Yeah, let's hit Sanctum. They already have infinite mana even without Tron. No. No. Stop it with the spells. Damn it. Alright. We need like Squad Hawk right now or something. We need Squad Hawk right now. Oh yeah. This worked out. So they went for the Karn Plus, which, I mean, they should. But now we have a 3-2 Thalia. Hopefully they didn't draw anything. Come on. Yeah, Sanctum was definitely better. We needed them to whiff right there. And they did the opposite of whiff. They hit the best possible. Damn. Alright, well, we fought hard. We missed a land drop. I don't think it ended up mattering too much, but yeah, we fought hard there. 2 Thrag Tusks was too many. Yeah, we can't ever really beat that Ugin, is the problem here. Flicker Wisp was a really good draw, but they're still at 14 and we can't really beat the Ugin, but I guess we'll keep playing for a sec. No. So now like we'd Violin Flicker Wisp and then they just kill it with the Ugin. We can't win. Darn. Alright, well, 9-2. 9-2. We did make our deck a little bit worse against Tron when we put another Forge Tender in it, so maybe that Forge Tender turns back into a Pithing Needle if we think Tron is going to be all over the place. But it was a close match, just double Thrag Tusk is tough. We were able to decently well interact with what they were doing. We just there were a few turns there where if we draw something really powerful like a Ranger Captain or a Squad Hawk or something and draw some extra cards, then that Karn isn't that good when they find Karn, and then we're okay potentially. But then they found Ugin the turn after Karn and that was just too much. But we were like in decent position to win that game had we found slightly better cards off the top. Double Squawk, but we have Force of Virtue. We're going to keep it. Definitely lose some game without Arbiter. Absolutely. It's a big deal for sure. But we had game there. Like, we just needed to find a Squawk. I mean, the Squawks lose to multiple copies of O-Stone. Actually, I guess they used 2 copies of O-Stone, but the Ugin is really what got us. Like, we were still in it even with the Karn. That's awkward, but not the worst, I guess. I feel like the Squawk plus Force of Virtue plan is very good against control, so I think this might be pretty good for us. They definitely don't want to have to contend with a ton of Squawks that are all 2 power. Yeah, potentially Arbiter in the sideboard, because we board out the Stoneforge package against Tron. So if we have Arbiter in the sideboard, could be good. Could be good. Beat Tron 2-0 earlier, though, because Thalia and Revoker are also really good against Tron, and then Field of Ruin, obviously. Stoneforge, you got it. Batter Skull. That's going to be pretty good against the... against the Batter Skull token. At some point. Yeah, potentially. Potentially. We did leave in SQUAWKS. And we didn't leave in SFM, but you might be right. Squawk package is decent at beating down. Should have cracked the clue before playing the land. Yeah. So you got a Batter Skull. We have a lot of power in the air. They're going to gain 4 up to 14. And then we're going to Flicker Wisp out the Germ. And if they don't have a mass removal spell, we're in really good shape here. We also have our own Stoneforge to go with the Flicker Wisp. Spell Queller. Ouch. Eesh. Oof. That was painful. Spell Queller. How you doing? What's up, Feb 31st? I don't know if we're big time, but I'm super pumped on 100 viewers. Hell yeah. Appreciate the the sentiment for sure. Oh. Alright, Fanny Pack. I'll see you later. Yeah, I think Blue White Stoneforge is definitely going to be Sakura Tortoise. Welcome to the stream, team. Woof, that spell Queller was rough. Opponent has 6 cards in their hand. Pathing my Stoneforge. That's not very nice. I thought the Squawk plus Virtue plan was going to be really good here, but this is painful. Mateus OMS. Welcome to the stream, team. Toilet's running, yeah. I'm gonna turn it off. Here.